and it works on PC. Didn't change anything. Hey, everybody. It's stream time again. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna have to get some sort of idle screen or something. Maybe I'll just do cam, flesh stream. That way you can just look at my ugly mug the whole time. We'll just wait a few minutes and we'll get right to it. You can see a little bit of what we're doing on the screen already. How are the volume levels? We all good? Let's see. Depends. Well, I'm going to trust the check. I'm going to trust the fact that Mic Aux has volume going to it in my mixer. And I'll go from there. I'll just lower the music a little bit more. Alright, so one thing today is that if I get particularly into it, I've got a beer handy, and I'll just open that up and calm my ass down. So we might get a little stupid later. My name is Reverse Mortgage. You can call me RM. I'm a CISSP certified by the ISC2 organization, and I'm going to exchange my knowledge of security and best security practices in exchange for some CPEs so I can keep my cert. And I'm going to do that in a way I'm going to enjoy. So welcome in. Today we're going over how to do a basic risk analysis without, wanting to do several things to yourself that I can't talk about on Twitch and almost did. So off to a great start there. But what we're going to be doing is basic risk analysis. And I'm going to be doing that in the context of if you're a streamer, flesh streamer, or a type of faceless streamer. So that can be VTubing, that can just be like I'm doing now with there's no camera anywhere. Anything like that. There's not a whole lot of focus on security in this area, mainly because of it's not very insurable. And we'll get into a lot of that as we go through this document. So the first thing is we want to talk about how we assign and assess risk. And it's a pretty dry thing. So what I'm going to do is I don't really want you to pay attention to anything aside from your big three. After we're done, it's kind of like a two-dimensional tier chart. After we go through this, you're going to pick your big three and you're going to tackle those. So that's kind of the plan, but we're going to go through a lot, and there's a lot to talk about with this. So I'm going to bring up Clip Studio for a second because I have some drawing to do. Give me just a second. Okay. So the first thing we're going to talk about is what risk actually is, and the difference between a quantitative and qualitative analysis, because that's pretty important to this discussion. What is risk? So when we're working for big corpa, we like to do quantitative analyses anytime that we can get away with doing that. So a quantitative analysis is going to be like, hey, I've got this many money dollars, and we'll just say, like, it's that many money dollars. And we have this thing like getting canceled on Twitch that will cost us this many money dollars. These are made up numbers. They're not even close to the real ones, but, you know, bear with me. And this times how frequent it is going to cost us a chunk of this many money dollars annually. So that's quantitative. We have quantities that we're working with. I know how much something costs, how often it happens. We have some formulas for this that we're, you know, all required to memorize in this business. And this basically doesn't apply to streaming for a few reasons. So if you've got some insider information, you're going to be empowered to do a lot of quantitative analysis that I can't do for you right now. And anytime you can do quantitative analysis, I would encourage you to do so. So what we do instead is qualitative analysis. And that is what you saw in the little chart that I have already made in Google Sheets. It doesn't have to be complicated. It just needs two axes, the likelihood of something happening, and you can flip this if you want. How likely it is, you can just flip this on its head. The direction doesn't matter as long as you follow it. And the amount of harm that something causes, again, you can flip this. I've got it configured so that the thing that happens the most and causes the most harm is in the top right, and the thing that basically doesn't happen and wouldn't cause harm even if it did is in the bottom left. It's just a basic heat map. So we're going to come up with risks that fit into this matrix, and we're going to rate those, basically. So, we're going to go back to Clip Studio for a second, and I'm going to talk about the reasons we have to do qualitative over quantitative. For the purposes of this discussion. So one of the big things about it is we've got a lot of industry secrets. So if I live in a floodplain in the middle of Texas and I want to put a factory there, when I go to the insurance company, they are going to know exactly how often it floods there. They're going to know exactly how vulnerable my building is to flood damage. And they will be able to pull out a number based on the proposed property value, annualized, that the risk of flooding is going to the risk of flooding is going to cost me each year. So we can't do that in VTubing. We can't really do that in Twitch. We can't really do that in personality-based content creation in general, because the numbers surrounding that are either industry secrets or they're completely unknown and not studied. If we don't know how often something happens, we cannot calculate the annualized rate of occurrence, which is usually represented as ARO. And if we can't calculate how often it happens, we can't multiply that by the single loss expectancy of one of those events occurring to get our annualized loss expectancy. So your ARO times your SLE equals your ALE. But if you don't know this is fucking useless, and we have to switch to a qualitative mode, because you can't even really guess at this. Like, I'm sure you've heard streamers say it's not an if, it's a when for having your identity discovered. Okay, that's fair, but how when? How many times a year is that going to happen to you? Nobody can give you an answer for that. At least nobody that I know of. Maybe FaZe Connect knows that? I don't know. If all of their talents are reporting those incidents to them regularly, they probably have some historical data where they could actually calculate that. But if they do have that, they're keeping it to themselves, they're not talking about it. The industry can't really calculate these risks. They're uninsurable. Now, I did actually once, when I was looking into this last year, I actually saw Aflac, I believe it was, offering an insurance product for content creators. So it was like, someone out there has done this a little bit, but the insurance was for like, it would be like for a corpo, it would be like for FaZe Connect. They don't individually insure the talents, they insure the company that has the talents hired. And that's the only thing I could find when I was researching it earlier this year that even approached research on or coverage for talents. So if you're an individual talent, you can't really get it, as far as I'm aware. I don't know of any insurance products that do it. And all the research I look at in academia basically suggests that this is poorly or completely unstudied, depending on what exactly it is you're talking about. So we can't do this because of all these things. So what we can do is we can look at what our vulnerabilities are. We can look at the threats that act on those vulnerabilities. And if that's confusing, I'm about to explain it, because a lot of people equate these two, but they're not. And we'll talk about the difference in just a little bit. So, like, we'll use the example I talked about briefly earlier of having something that was vulnerable to flooding. But I only really covered being on a floodplain in that data. There are a lot of threats that act on that vulnerability. Having a river overflow its banks and then flood you is not the only way that happens. You can have a dam or dike failure, which is kind of like the same as that, but it comes from a man-made source instead of a natural source. So we would do a weather calculation on this one, and we would do an engineering calculation on that one. So they would be separate in these sort of calculations. They wouldn't be lumped together. And then you could have other man-made stuff like a water main in the building could burst. That just happened to a facility. I won't say where it was, but a facility I am familiar with just had a water main burst. Now, vulnerability is not even aware. Like, you could have several locations that are vulnerable to this, and you would have to, like, do this for each of them. A vulnerability can be a what? It can even be an intangible. Like, you could have a vulnerability to your anonymity. So the way you would label that vulnerability would be... you would be vulnerable to having your identity known. That would be the vulnerability. And there's several ways that can happen, whether on purpose, malicious, accident. There's a lot of threats that act on this vulnerability. So vulnerabilities, together with threats, form a risk. And if that sounds like kind of a bullshit sort of, we're putting these words together in ways that they don't actually mean and they're kind of unnatural, you are correct. Most people associate these words as being roughly the same thing, and I think in common parlance they are. But we needed a way to, like, separate those concepts in the industry. So when we talk about risk in the security industry, we are talking about this specific relationship, which can get really confusing. So the risk of flooding would be the vulnerability to flooding, because not everything is, against the specific asset that is vulnerable to flooding, and in how many ways they were threatened. And even that gets into, like, your exposure factor, which is related as EF. So when you're doing a qualitative analysis, you'll even break up your... remember how we had ARO times SLE equals your ALE. Well, each of these are also made of components that we can quantify. So your single loss expectancy would be the value of the asset times the exposure factor, which we just represent as EF. So in that factory thing, like, if the flood happened, what percentage of it would be damaged by that flood? That's your single loss expectancy. So sometimes it's the entire cost of the asset, and sometimes more often than not, it is a portion of the total cost of the asset. And then you get into stuff like annual value depreciation, and that's how they figure out when to replace stuff. It's the qualitative is a bit easier, but the quantitative is going to give you a lot more actionable data. Because what we're doing all this crap for is to make decisions. If you can't make decisions after doing this, then you either did it incorrectly or it doesn't apply to you. So as a streamer or a content creator in general, what you have to do is, even in a qualitative manner, you have to figure out what the value of your assets are. If you can't make decisions, you work for the government. I mean, that's funny, and I agree with you. But a lot of decisions are made in the government, regardless of whether you can make them or not. Which is kind of the problem, you know. Sometimes decisive action is needed, regardless of whether or not you have a complete picture, and that leads to mistakes over time. If you want And I know I've basically shilled this to everybody in here, but if you want a good way to look at threats acting on vulnerabilities in ways that are just like fucking crazy, you can go to the USCSB's YouTube channel, and they have a bunch of animations of just like some really batshit crap. I think my favorite one was the one in the Galveston, Texas flooding, because I forget which hurricane that was. I mean, I remember the hurricane, I just don't remember its name. But it caused Galveston to flood like crazy, and some of the surrounding areas. And there was a plant there that was like built for a 100-year flood, but the hurricane caused a 200-year flood. And there were some compounds in there that were volatile when they got, you know, basically even room temperature. And the water got so high that it started shutting off generators and stuff, because the generators were built on the 100-year flood plan. So all of that stuff started failing, and the peroxides basically started cooking. And it was no good. And usually at the end of one of those videos, the USCSB will be like, which is the Chemical Safety Board. Yeah, so usually at the end of those videos, they're like, this could have been done better, that could have been done better, and it'll be like really damning, like really obvious stuff. Like, yeah, you overworked your workforce, and then you cut your workforce in half, and then you didn't have critical coverage at critical safety points, and then those safety points that weren't being watched failed, and then 15 people died. But for this one, it was like, yeah, they didn't plan for a 200-year storm. They planned for a 100-year storm, as they're required to do by law. And that was basically the entirety of their findings, essentially. I believe they found that the police in that situation fucked up more than the plant did. Yeah, it was Harvey. It was Harvey. There was a peroxide plant, and their shit started cooking off. Yeah, but it's like, if at the end of if you are featured in a USCSB video, like, God forbid, and the ending is like, a few people had to go to the hospital for respiratory issues, nobody was seriously injured or died, and the cops fucked up more than you did, and the list of fuck-ups is only like 4, you did pretty fucking good. Oh, maybe it was near Houston then, but it was definitely that storm they were talking about. It was definitely that storm they were talking about. But yeah, I could have had the location wrong. You know, Texas is a pretty big place. That's easy to do. The only place I could tell you, like Galveston's on the Gulf Coast, and I've been to San Antonio, so I know loosely where those are. But, like, I get Houston and Dallas mixed up all the time, and it's whatever. I had a buddy that used to work on trains out in Houston. So that was cool. Anyway, got a little off topic there, but that's okay. Padding these with personal stories makes them entertaining, or at least anecdotes do. Yeah, so San Antonio is actually where that one person that was hosting me and waifu was like, oh, I'm sorry, it's so humid, it's like 62%. And I just look at her. It's like, what are you talking about? My lips are chapping. I'm a swamp creature. Waifu's lips actually started bleeding, for those of you who don't know that story. Like, we go to San Antonio in late summer, and the humidity's 62%, and our host is, like, apologizing like crazy for how bad the weather is and how humid it is. And it's like, it's mid-80s. That's not hot. It's not cool, but it's, come on. I'm from Florida. Like, it's like, okay, first of all, that's normal late summer. I'm just coming into what I left. You're cool. Also, you know, it's humidity of 62%. You know, if we have to sit in that for too long, our skin starts cracking. So, can you make it wetter? Yeah, I imagine for San An, that's actually quite high. Um, so yeah, like that's like I feel for her, but like 62 was, yeah, like I said, waifu's lip was literally bleeding. So we're gonna talk about some stuff that streamers are. So Omniscius says like San Antonio just blows all around. I kind of agree. Like we were out in the suburbs and it was nice out in the suburbs, but we went to downtown to like see the Alamo and stuff. And that was pretty fun, but it was also pretty underwhelming. And you know, parking in the metro area is just eh. And that little canal that they have like going through there is like, I can see why they thought that would be a cool thing, but the water is dirty as fuck. At least compared to where I'm from. Maybe if you're like, I don't know, maybe if you're from like downtown Miami or somewhere like equally as dirty, it would have been nice, but it was like, yeah. But like there were other tourists there. Nero. The Riverwalk, like, I wanted it to be good. I really did, because, like, the architecture around the Riverwalk is actually pretty nice and relaxing, and the storefronts there are nice. But, like, the river part of the Riverwalk itself, pretty dirty. Pretty not the clear Florida water I'm used to. Like, that would be in a salt marsh kind of quality water. And, I wanted to like it. I did. But what are you going to do? But about the Alamo, there's like this medium-sized live oak that they have inside of there. And I'm from a place that has very, very large live oaks. Like, everywhere. Hey, Dev, what's up? Yeah, we are from different parts. We have clear water. Allegedly. Welcome in, Dev. But, yeah, so there's a lot of live oaks here. There's a ton of them. And somebody's like, oh, look at the size of that oak tree. And me and the wife are just like, that's a medium, man. That's a baby. That's a baby oak. I mean, it wasn't a baby, but it was just like, yeah, that's a normal tree. But one thing I did notice in San Antonio is they kind of don't have normal trees, at least as, like, not as I'm used to looking at them. And I noticed the same thing in Central and South Florida. The Florida Panhandle is just, it literally is South Alabama, and where that border changes, it is literally South Georgia. There's a geological feature here called the Cody Scarp, and it's basically what separates the Alabama and Georgia geology from where, like, actual Florida starts. And that scarp ends, like, halfway through the Panhandle. So, yeah, it's literally south. If Georgia had Gulf access, nobody would care. It would not change the state at all. It would just, like, it's South Georgia here. Culturally, it's like the farther south you go in Florida, the more north you go culturally. And that's why. It's because we're South Alabama and South Georgia. It's that's all there is to that. So anyway, when you're streaming, there's risks that everybody talks about, but they don't really break what those risks are. Like, everybody knows that this word is bad, and they don't want it to happen. But I think for most people, the vast majority of people, this is feared too much. This is overvalued. And I know that's controversial to say, Oh god, Pensacola? That's like a whole separate... No, you're right. It's not... Omni is saying that he was stationed in Pensacola for a while. It's not like they're... Absolutely correct. Pensacola is also its own little island. Culturally, Florida has, like, 3 major cultural divides. Like, the Panhandle is completely different. Central and South are different from each other, and each of those are way different from the Panhandle. But inside the Panhandle, there's also enclaves. Like, the Forgotten Coast and Destin are completely different vibes. They're not even remotely the same culturally. It's not even close. But they're closer to each other than how Central Florida is to North Florida. So it's a whole thing. So this is generally overvalued, and it causes people to make decisions based on that fear rather than based on what happens is if this happens to me. Yeah, it does vary a lot based on how far inland you go, Dev. Absolutely. Like, I don't think Orlando and Sarasota have the same culture. Correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, estuary culture is different. And, marsh culture, well, that's... Depending on how built up the estuary is, that's the same. That's the same. But, like, if you've built up your estuary to the point where, like, there basically isn't an estuary anymore, it's just where the water hits the different water, that's not culturally the same. But, you know, coastal, estuary, salt marsh culture, I have more in common with the people who live that way in Texas than I do with the people who live in, like, Jacksonville. Or the people who live in the estuaries in Louisiana. We have more in common than people in Orlando. Nero asks if I want to die. I'm assuming want to do whatever the singing version of a threesome is with him and Dev. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. That sounds fun. We've done it before. Kind of by proxy, but we've done it before. Okay, so why do I say this is overvalued? Well, most people... overvalue their identity outright. But they're also... But what they're also doing is they're comparing their branding to a form of, like, Eastern idol culture. That they are not under. So if you get doxxed in, like, an Eastern... Okay, that's not bad. Let's see. Dev says, I would rather live, but it's not a hard no. God, I miss that humor. Anyway. So, if you are in Eastern idol culture, and I mean globally Eastern, and mostly Japan, though it also exists in Korea. But I'm not going to pretend to be a cultural expert there. What I will say is I know what that looks like in VTubing and other faceless content creation. And if you compare that to Western streaming culture, and you base your decisions on being under this, when you are really under this, you are going to make the wrong decisions. Because your identity over here, that's worth a whole lot. Usually, over here, it's the least interesting thing about you. And what do I mean by that? There are ways your identity can fuck you over. So let's go over how your identity can fuck you over in the West. Because there's some valid fucking reasons to not want to have your identity shared with the world. And that's the reason people go faceless. We'll talk about the face part of that in particular when we get to it. But also, if you're watching and you disagree with that, please put that in the chat, because I would love to get into why. But we're going to get into why it would be... We are going to get into why your identity would be very high value and you absolutely wouldn't get that out. So first, a disclaimer. Y'all ready for this one? If you are streaming on a public platform, you have decided that your identity is not worth much just by doing this. Because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Your identity will be discovered. If that's a problem for you in the ways we are about to go over, you may want to reconsider some things. My F's are fancy. Cool. It's much better than this. Nothing in this word was written fancy. Holy shit, look at that. That's awful. Ew. Make sure never to wear pants while streaming. Well, I sure ain't. But if you have decided to go live, faceless or otherwise, on a public platform, you have decided your identity is not worth much, and that is the disclaimer. I am not going to entertain arguments about, like, I'm on a public platform, but my identity is just... I would... If you go on a... If your identity being discovered would do awful things to you, don't do this. That's why I'm a bit cavalier with my identity. Like, I just don't go saying what my legal name is everywhere. But I'm going to conferences, and my digital footprint from being in politics is already pretty high. Like, if you want to find me, you will find me already, and I'm only going to get more discoverable as I advance in my career. So, like, whatever. I have also made sure that I live somewhere where I can employ some mitigating factors that make the risk of my identity being discovered and a weirdo taking advantage of that is much lower than it is in other places where I can't take those measures. Yeah, that's what Lirio said. You shouldn't be a streamer as your new witness protection identity. That's absolutely correct. So, if, let's say you... Not no. No is too light. Let's say you're a politician's daughter. And I have seen this happen. Can anybody tell me some platforms a politician's daughter probably shouldn't be on, regardless of party? I'll wait. I mean, being a VTuber isn't part of my cover story yet. You could have just said hooker. Yeah, Fansly, OF. Yeah, you should not be on adult platforms if you are any sort of direct relation to a politician. Because I guarantee you there are activists in the... Yeah, but I wear a mask! No, that's not good enough. First of all, your face sucks at identifying you to everything but a computer. Yeah, and Dev says, nothing against that line of work, but problematic for politicians due to cultural reasons. Absolutely. And Dev knows this, but, like, I also, and he knows exactly why, I also have no problem with that line of work. Oh, beer time. And that's a story in and of itself. And I will probably tell that on stream when it's relevant. And I intend to, because it's why I got into security as my main IT focus, because it used to it was just sysadmin, which was fun. Now it's security, which is also kind of fun, but it's a lot more fun to talk about than it is to do, I'll tell you that much. But it was because of that line of work that I got into cybersec. I hope to take a cybersec job related to the adult industry at some point, but, you know, it's really difficult to talk about wanting to work at Multimedia LLC on LinkedIn. Like, I would have to have a clean break from my previous employers. Like, how do you even, like, hey, can you hey, super conservative boss, can you be a reference for me when I apply to Multimedia LLC? And then he's going to look up what Multimedia LLC is, and then I will have problems. I just will. So, anyway, your face sucks as an ID metric. It just does. Unless you have it posted everywhere in a way that an automated process could take care of it, this actually won't really expose you to anybody but family. Family and friends. People who are already very familiar with your face. So people you see every day. First RM sound alert. Your face sucks! Yeah, that'd be funny. What's actually going to get you? Tattoos are going to get you. The contents of an open window are what's going to get you. If I can see out your window, I know what your parking lot looks like. Like if you're at an apartment complex and I can see out your window, A, I basically know what floor you're on. B, I know what your parking lot looks like, usually. C, I usually also know what the color of your siding is. And if I combine, like, that alone won't get you, usually. But if you combine that with other information, like the weather, so I know what city to look in, apartment complexes are actually usually unique enough in those three factors that I can narrow it down to one of them. And then I know what floor you're on and what a complex you're in. Because you showed the content of your windows. And then I know what is in those windows. Like, if you got any decorations near those windows, I can just look in those windows and see if I spot those decorations. That's going to get you way faster than showing your face. Every time. So if you're like, oh my god, my face, no one can ever see my face, this is a problem, I'm going to go to really public conventions where there's thousands of people, and I'll put a mask on my face and still show the bridge of my nose and my eyes, and that will protect my identity. You're fucking crazy, and you are making decisions out of fear. You have done the my identity is worth way more than it actually is thing. Nick's making the clueless faces like, who are you talking about? I don't know. It's almost like there's a story about that. Yeah, so your face kind of, now, yeah, faces aren't that unique. You look just like clean room. Yes, that's actually in the guide, Omni, in the Cam Girl survival guide. Yeah, your clean room cam shows is the way to go. Like, don't have your favorite plushie. Well, I mean, you can have your favorite plushies in there if they're common. Like, everyone has Pikachu, right? That doesn't really do much. But, like, that unique souvenir from that wherever you went, that's an issue. That's a big issue. Actually, can I leave this up and go find the survival guide. If we have time. If we have time. If we have time. But the other mistake in assigning value to the face is that, all right, let's assume that your face being revealed doxes you immediately, like down to your address. I don't know who that would be. Maybe if Taylor Swift was VTubing, it would be Taylor Swift. That would pretty much dox Taylor Swift. Like, her voice would do it first. So let's get that out of the way. Your voice is going to dox you before this does. Just straight up. This beer is good. Like, yeah, people who know you are going to recognize your face. Sure. The people in your class are going to recognize your face. Absolutely. Your family's going to recognize your face. You know what else they're going to recognize is how you talk. Not just, like, how your voice sounds, but your cadence, the swears you use, where you put your pauses. They're going to pick up on that as fast as your face. Like, literally as fast. I mean, Omni's like, I could get away with it. People would just think it's Nero. Yeah, like, if you're twins or very closely related, that's actually an exposure factor. That would be an exposure factor greater than 1, which is very rare. Usually exposure factors cap out at 1, which is the total loss of the asset. So they go from, like, 0 to 1. But in this case, if your identity was the asset you were valuing, and you had a twin, well, now that exposure factor can go up to 2. Because there's 2 of you. And the other one can be targeted. Both of you can be targeted at the same time. So now you've gotten, like, into this magical situation where your exposure factor is greater than 1, which, again, that's very rare. It's very rare to have an exposure factor greater than the total sum value of the asset. Because these calculations are usually done in isolation of that asset. So it's not that people disagree that an asset being taken out can affect other assets. It's just that the valuation for exposure factor is done in isolation per asset. So they usually only go to 1. And I've already said that 3 times, so we can move on. So assuming this automatically leads to that, most people have not done the math on what that costs because they don't think about what they're going to or can do once it happens. Like, are you going to end your career? Is that going to stop the consequences of this? No. You're still going to be at your residence. If stopping your career would stop your attacker, sure, but I don't think that's ever been documented to be the case. Attackers want control. As soon as you start obeying them, they're going to give you more shit to obey. That's how these kind of people work. Like, if they're swatting you, they're not going to stop swatting you just because you stopped streaming. I mean, they might after a while, but not immediately. That just means they're winning. So they're going to do it again. So a lot of people haven't thought about this. So, like, what is your plan if you get doxxed? Are you going to move? What does that cost? Have you sat down, looked at an alternate site, and I don't mean, like, going from OF to Fancy, I mean, like, your apartment complex to another complex, priced that out. If you're under a doxing threat, you got to do it pretty quickly, right? So you're probably also buying out your current rent contract. Or paying the monthly, at least, for a place you won't be at. So you either got to buy that out, or continue paying it, And then you've also got to buy, like, what does that cost? Do you have that number with you right now? And if you're a 5 view, is that cost affordable? Because it might be. That might cost less than you think. It might cost more than you think. How bad is that to do if you're a 3 view? Oh yeah, Lirio says that number is a lot. Yes, it is a lot. But is it as much as a 5 view thinks it is? Yeah, thousands and thousands of dollars. But what is that to a 5 view? As this goes up, that becomes less of a problem. Not being a woman, not being famous, the 2 best security measures. Absolutely. Well, actually, no. You know what? Let me see. When we go to the next break in like 9 minutes, when we go to our stretch break, I'm going to get a few studies that I have printed out. Yeah, you need that private security money. Absolutely, Dev. I'm going to get this a couple of studies I've printed out and that I've read a bunch because Google did one. And maybe I won't go get it because I remember the narrative. Being a woman increases your risk of being harassed and threatened online until you get to the top 1%. And when I say the top 1%, I don't mean how Twitch measures that, because Twitch uses accounts like mine to measure that, accounts that don't produce content until like this month, you know? So if Twitch says you're in the top 0.002%, they're counting idle accounts in that percentage. That's why OnlyFans percentages also look that way. It's the same thing. Oh, they went live 3 times. That counts. Now we get to tell this. We get to tell this. Yeah, top 1% of life. Now we get to tell this model they're in the top 0.05 OF cohort. And I was meeting one of those in San Antonio. That San Antonio involves one of those people. That was a fun story. Which also, that story has to do with doxing, and I think we are enough past that event that I can actually talk about it on stream without doing this person harm. Because I think the entries for the things that they purchased are gone. And I'm going to double check that, actually, before I talk about it. Lirio says, I was wondering if these sites measured account success like that. I'm not going to mention names. It happened in public. First of all, I'm just not going to tell the story if I think there's a hint that it would be harmful to them or if they could be identified. Which is why I said I'm going to check to see if that listing is still up. But we're past that event enough now that I think we're cool. Let's see. Give me a second. Nope, won't be telling that story. Reviews are still up. Reviews are still up, so I will not be telling that story. Oh, well. That's fine. I can tell the short version that doesn't describe how it happened, but basically, I learned that somebody with a sensitive identity had posted that identity accidentally. Because they do not practice device separation. So they were on their real person account when they thought they were on their creator account. And at that point, I had to go, okay, if I follow this rabbit hole, how hard do I have to follow it before I find their address? And it was literally a top Google search result. So I'm like, ah, fuck. Because that's my... When I run into a security issue like that, that's my litmus test for whether or not I tell the person about it. Yeah. Somebody had it out for them and had made sure that if you Googled their name, you would find their address. That's why it was so easy to search, is because somebody that knew that person in the past decided they didn't like them anymore and decided to make them intentionally easy to search once you knew their name. This was several years ago. But my litmus test for it, do I tell the creator, is this information actionable? Because if it's not, I'm just scaring them for no reason. Also, I might get banned, so we both lose. So I was like, ah, crap, I gotta tell them. And, like, this isn't adult content, so I'm like, I would be banned if this wasn't adult content. It's adult content. I am so getting banned. I am getting banned. I am getting banned. I know where you live, and this is how I know where you live. I am so sorry. And, it ended up being a good interaction, which I wasn't expecting at all. And, we went for a visit. Did we make content there? I don't know. I'm not saying. But, we did go for a visit. That was one of the most surreal kind of threads of my life. But yeah. My threshold is this information actionable? If I am in your DMs, if I am talking to your moderators, and I am going, hey, this is a security issue, it means I already found you. It doesn't mean this is vaguely a security issue. I'm not telling you, hey, you probably should practice browser and device separation because it's a good security practice in general. It's because something you did, said, or posted online directly led me to your real identity and address. So, I have definitely warned people about stuff like this and was brushed off because I don't think they quite understood that's my litmus test. Dev says, does pretending the problem doesn't exist and moving multiple states away count? Yes. Oh, no. There was no way that was a fun message to receive. But they did know about the listing. They corrected the issue. So, unless you know exactly what to look for and know exactly what to Wayback Machine, you still can't find it. It's not like that is an active thing that still exists. It was correctable, and it was corrected. So we closed that security gap. But what I want to talk about there is, like, there are mitigations you can do to make this stuff less painful for you, and one of those is device separation. Because that entire scenario does not happen if your work device is your work device and your personal device is your personal device, and you never log into the other accounts on that device. That scenario doesn't exist if you do that. And I know not everybody can afford duplicate devices. I get it. But if you can do that, you really, really ought to. Like, really ought to. Platforms have made it pretty easy to, frictionlessly switch between identities, and I think that's making people do dumb things. Oh, yeah. most security stuff is universal. You just got to think about it for a second. Like, isolating your processes. That's all device separation is. That's all device isolation is. You're separating business processes. That's it. It's like the core of functional programming. It's like it's where you put your boundaries. Do you put your boundaries at the functions of the program or at the object level? That's the whole difference between functional and object oriented. Though I'm sure Dev knows enough about that to get into the weeds and be like, actually, you're wrong. But Lirio says, would Piggy using personal device hotspot to connect work device to networks negate the whole point? Depending on what you're using. Okay, would piggybacking using personal devices hotspot to connect work devices to... Yes, it would. That would negate the point. Absolutely. Because your devices are spying on you. Desktops, not so much, but the second you laptop or desktop to your mobile phone, you are creating oodles of telemetry. And your device is associated with whatever identity you use on it in many ways. So once you have that internet connection going through that device, anything you do on the connected device is going to be associated with the identity that has been built on that device. And it is a thorough identity. You do not want to know just how much your phone knows about you and how much the software that runs on your phone knows about you. Just through sensors that they're allowed to read and data they can purchase from other providers explicitly and inference data. Between those three factors, they have you. There's a lot of sensors. There's a lot less sensors on your desktop to begin with, and they report a lot less automatically. Omni says it's how terrorists get blown up by drones. Nuff said, it is. It absolutely is. God forbid you're on an Apple device. That's all I want to say about that. They don't even have to use their own telemetry if you're on an Apple device. Yeah, Dev goes, as well as everywhere you've been, when and how long, and for a while at least Google was keeping that indefinitely. Oh yeah, they sure were. Facebook, oh man, Meta is on my shit list. It should be on everybody's shit list. The stories I could tell about Meta, and I don't even know that much about Meta. When I say that, I don't know as much as somebody who focuses on privacy. Like, I don't focus on privacy as much, for a lot of the reasons I've already explained. Because I don't think privacy and data security go as in hand as a lot of people would like to believe. But privacy advocates, more power to you, they can tell you a lot more about Meta than I can. And it's awful. Just the stuff I know is awful. I would rather Apple have all my shit, like they already do, but like, I would rather trust Apple with my crap than be anywhere near Meta. And the worst thing is, it's not just me. Anybody who is near me that is using Meta has... I'm done. I'm toast. I might as well be using it myself. All it takes is somebody near you using one of Zuck's apps, and it's as if you were using it. Yeah, Nick, it does say a lot. Because the resolution on the GPS of, like on the location services of an Android device is a few meters, and on an Apple device, it's a few inches. And I think I explained that a lot during last stream, like how that's done. But basically, Apple's location services do not turn off no matter what power state you think your phone is in. and the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi antennas are always active and forming a mesh with other Apple devices actively at all times, might be useful if a building collapses on you and you end up in a void space. That might be real useful to you in that situation. But they've got you within a few inches, like within a foot. At all times. Like, it's historic. Storing that data is actually pretty cheap. Like, not at scale, but like the data itself per individual, it's not a whole lot to store that data historically, really. Like, if you've been using a phone for 20 years, your historical GPS data doesn't take up a whole lot of space. Let's see. So, even if your face back to the thing. Even if your face automatically doxed you, if you're not thinking, like, if you're just sitting there going, oh no, it would suck if that happened, and you're not proceeding to, okay, but what if it does? Then there's no reason to be concerned about it, because you're not planning for it. That's the thing. You have to make decisions. Alright, so if being doxxed is a win and not an if, what do you do when that happens? Because if you're a 2-view and your plan to being doxxed is to move somewhere else, and you don't have another source of income that can support that decision, then you're fucked. Because you cannot support that plan on 2-view or 3-view money. Hey Saru, what's up? Late and gay. Now I lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Nice to see you here. But if you're on 2-view, 3-view, maybe even 4-view income, depending on what level of 4-view, this might be untenable. And then you have to decide whether or not you want to be doing this. I can guarantee you that if you think you have not been doxxed yet, you actually have, and your audience is just being well-behaved. Most of the people, when faced with your dox, are going to do fuck all. They're not going to do anything with that information because they're not weirdos. What happens with doxing is dox plus weirdo equals bad. But when somebody has their face revealed online, they assume all of these steps all at once is an immediate and instant consequence of this happening, even though this part has many vectors in which it can come true. There are multiple ways to learn this information and to have a weirdo find it, look for it, and take advantage of it. And your face is a relatively slight factor there. So you should just skip the steps and post tasteful lewds. Maybe you should. If the only reason you're not posting tasteful lewds is because you don't want people to know what your face looks like, you should probably post the tasteful lewds. Like, if that's a thing you want to be part of your business plan, and you're not doing it because, my identity, you are probably making an incorrect business decision. Provided that that's the business you actually want to be in, and it's not just peer pressure or something. Like, if your business plan is lewds, and you are not doing lewds because, oh my god, my face, you are probably fucking yourself. Now, I mean, no pun intended, but you would... This is probably not... I hear Dadbot is in demand. That's what I hear. I'm not so sure about that. Oh, fucking yourself is exactly the point? I mean, yeah, sure, but, like, if your big money plan, like... And keep in mind, I'm not passing judgment when I use these terms. This is the business model. If your business model is farming parasocial attachment and then acquiring superfans / whales and then selling lewds to them, and you are not doing this because of this, well, you might want to reconsider that. Now, we were in the middle of going through reasons why you wouldn't want to do that. So we're going to finish going through that because there's a lot of reasons you don't want to do that. If you ever plan on being a teacher or interacting with kids at all, this goes for safe for work as well. If you want to do safe for work or not safe for work, and you want to do this, do not show your face. That is a situation where your face is a problem. Let's see. Like I said, if you are related to a politician, because even though your identity itself isn't really tied to your face, there's a lot of plausible deniability that is when it comes to, like, news media and news media coverage of what the guaranteed scandal from this is going to be. A lot of that is tied up in your face being visible, just from, like, a public perception perspective. We're not talking about your identity here. We are talking only about what your face does. Let's see. I was going to say celebrity, but that's not necessarily the case. Who's that voice actor? Like Alejandro? The guy who does Sayu that had to, like, dox himself because of his, internet security incident? I think that's Alejandro. What did that do to him? Oh, no. Dev, there's actually a podcast you might want to listen to. I've been shilling it to everybody else. I don't think I've shilled it to you yet. It's called Professionally Hot. You should listen to that. There are stories. One of them was working as a paralegal, and their identity was found out, and they were just dropped, even though they weren't like what you would call, like, front facing. Like, they were probably customer facing a little bit, but they weren't, like, corporation front facing. You know what I mean? They were still immediately dropped. But yeah, Professionally Hot. Shout out to them. Very, very enjoyable program to listen to. And if you ever wanted to know more about, like, how the adult industry works in general, or even just some random ass stories from it, like, it's a good podcast. So yeah, if you're related to a politician, you plan on being a teacher or working with kids, there's a few more things. Like I said, being a celebrity, that depends. It depends on what you want out of that. Like, now that we all know who Sayu is, has that been a problem for him? You know, with the obligatory yet? Did anybody give a shit other than, oh, that's you? For like a few hours? No one gave a fuck. We do not live in Eastern idol culture. We don't live there. We don't live in that. Even the Western people that, like, try to pretend to do that don't do it effectively. Kaviri says, yes, he complained once that people did not recognize him. So why was he hiding it? Now girls feel awkward about gooning the characters he voices. I view that as a buff. Because it's like he was watching them before. That's a little voyeuristic, isn't it? Like, he knew. He knew Bao was gooning to that, right? It would... Maybe she did it, but she didn't publicly know it, right? She might have privately known it? I don't know. I don't follow her much. But, like... Now she knows that he knows. Whereas before, only he knew. That's kind of voyeuristic, isn't it? Because he was, like, in the space. He knew who those people... He knew who those people were. He knew they were saying those things about him, and he just, like, kept his mouth shut. I'd feel pretty grossed out, man. I make my judgments, you make your own. You know? Yeah, it is a bit of a dick stroke. Nero puts that really well. It is a bit of a dick... Oh, we took it in different ways? I don't know. I think it's... I think that's kind of like borderline creepy. As somebody who used to work in the, like, the adult industry. I think that's kind of creepy. Like, imagine you did a crotch shot only stream on OnlyFans and you're a dude. And you just call that, like, I don't know, lefty, righty, happy blow time. And your vanilla personality also streams on, like, vanilla sites. And then, like, say you're Johnny Sims or something. I don't know. And you're streaming on, like, some vanilla site. Like, everyone knows who you are. But if I'm doing that other activity I was talking about, and no one knows what I look like except in that region, and then I'm streaming, and, like, maybe somebody I'm collabing with, like, we get on the subject of that content, and they're like, yeah, have you seen this guy? Like, I love the way he blows his load. And you're just sitting there, and you say nothing, and you just soak that in? That's creepy to me. The announcers at that Viking Games didn't recognize Johnny Sins. I did not hear about that incident. That's funny. I think that's more of, like, a late millennial, early Zoomer thing to recognize, because, like, he wasn't in the business when I was paying attention to what was running on, like, DVDs and stuff. You know? He wasn't in the game yet. But, so, yeah, they're legit, like, if you are being... Like, if you have an active stalker, maybe not show your face. I'm still not sure that really makes the difference. I'm really not sure that makes a difference. But it might. It might. The security expert is having trouble coming up with scenarios where your face by itself causes this to be known more than any other factor in a way that's uniquely harmful. Like, I'm having trouble with that. Like I said, what's going to get you for your ID when it comes to, like, showing your physical body? Tattoos? Scars? You know, just think of identifying features. Moles. Maybe, this is a stretch, but maybe even freckle pattern. Like, these are things that will also identify you. Your voice. Can't forget that. Your voice is definitely... And I want to circle this, because this is extremely identifiable. That is extremely identifiable. So if you're like doing this and you're losing sleep over your face, I don't think you've thought about this without being in the I know a politician or I'm a CEO's daughter or you know, something like that. My family is still high society. And I don't know if you guys know this about high society, but as long as there's plausible deniability, they will pretend they don't know something that they know. But as soon as that's gone, then it's a scandal. Because these people, where they still exist, and they do still exist, they are all about optics. Optics matter a whole lot to high society types. And that's not necessarily people who are CEOs. You can be excluded from high society if you're an important CEO. You can. It's an exclusive club. Lirio says, I should clip the shit out of this stream and reply to VTubers when they shit themselves over molehills. Like, I mean, you can. I might laugh if it becomes relevant. Other ID things that will get you. Oh, yeah, we forgot a big one, chat. We forgot a huge one. This is what is going to get you almost every time. It is not your face. It is not your voice. The people who have been discovered by these things are actually yelling at me right now. My bad. But this is what's going to put you in danger. Your mod team. Other creators that you think are your friends. Malicious or well-meaning family that know what you do. Malicious or accidental family that don't know what you do. This is a problem. Minimize this. Sort of. We'll get into mitigations later. I want to fill a few things out on the sheet, because I haven't been paying attention to the sheet I made. So let's type out some of these things. Identity being leaked. Alright, amount of harm. See, this is why we talked about that for a long time. You have to be accurate with this. But we know that it's certain. We don't know How long it's going to take, we don't have the data for that publicly. There is probably some corpo somewhere that probably is named Phase Connect that has good data on this. I do not have it. And you likely don't either, if you're an indie. Nero, I'm going to call you out here if you're still here. Have you been in any group chats where hard data on the likelihood of this and how fast it was going to happen was shared? You don't have to say what it is, but have you been privy to super secret, insurable tier data on this? Now that you're a VTuber and you're permitted to look behind the curtain a bit? Waifu said something very funny. Kaviri, are you here? What's that command? Isn't it just like /mod? Yeah, there we go. Nero says, bro, I don't talk to people. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, that's right. Fuck. There we go. I had to. How's it feel being a Janny, Plaus? I'll take it back later if you want me to, but I had to for the bit. I've been promoting that for a long time. I've been pushing that for a long time. And now it's done. Plaus is a Janny now. Let's see. But we have to be careful with this. We know this. We know this is certain. We don't know whether it's certain over a specific time frame. That's why I call it a basic risk matrix, because I don't time frame this. I think most people would consider this severe or critical. I'm going to say that it's critical. Or not critical. I'm going to say it's severe. Identity leaked. Because it doesn't have to be on purpose. That would be doxing. It can be accidental. So we're just going to call that identity leaked. Dev. I remember when Plaus was one of us, back before Plaus went mod. Oh, that's funny. Should I have to undo that? I don't know the command to do that. That doesn't, like, also ban you. I'm gonna have to look that up later. Because I'm definitely not doing the other thing. So people seeing your face, that's, like, pretty controllable. And the amount of harm is mild. So, like, I would put face reveal, like, down here. It might even deserve to be lower. Okay, on mod. Okay. Thanks, Kaviri. The only real professional in this channel. Let's see. What else could be leaked? Oh, you know what's probably worse? I'm going to put that in high probability and critical. Mod chat leak. This is also Google Docky. We can call it that too. Now, this depends. This depends on the so-called clout of the person doing it. But, like, I would put this as a worse thing than this. They're both in the bad quadrant. But I think this is worse. Let me get some opinions from chat on that one. Let's see. Okay, Nero says, like, I've seen it happen where mods know more than they play a game together on stream and accidentally say names. Yeah? Where'd you see that? So, like, Dev asks a great question. For security or reputational damage? In the security arena, while we do separate those into different consequences, those are all under the security umbrella. Reputational damage is considered just as much as a security threat as other security concerns. I won't say physical safety because physical safety exists in its own special privileged bubble. But, like, as far as like other monetary consequences, reputational damage fits just as much into security posture as the combination to the safe in a bank. In fact, in VTubing, reputational damage is the key to the bank safe. Like, that's huge. People falling out of love with their Oshis that's a problem for your bottom line. That might be the problem to your bottom line, is like general chat disillusionment. That can kill your whole career. That's why I put that in critical. Because I keep getting these rat VTubers mixed up, so I won't say which one it is, but the rat VTuber that had the mod catch feelings and then, like, leak their DMs and shit, I think that caused a lot of trouble. I said Nero dropped a name. I'm not going to say the name because I can't remember which one was what, because, like, I think they both have, like, kind of similar stories and kind of similar pain points. Because, like, both of them got into trouble for, like, kind of similar things. And I'm 1 in, and I've got dad tolerance, and it's a 9%, so I'm not going to split those hairs. I'm just going to say, like, we have some examples of mod chats, like, causing issues. Cinder's entire career was ruined because her artist did a Google Ducky. Like, let's just be straight up about that. Cinder still has a career if her artist, someone that was a client, or she was a client for, I think they were clients of each other at the end of the day, decided to spill tea, and now her career's over. That's an insider threat, whether you think that's justified or not. That's an insider threat. If Cinder's face had been revealed, do you think her career would be over? Like, that's how I illustrate this stuff. If Cinder had a face reveal, would her career be over? No. Yeah, she would be bigger. There might be more threats to her personal safety, but she would be bigger. She would have more resources to deal with that threat to her personal safety. Nero just said, I mean, if our chat ever leaks, I just have to go full mask off or stop streaming. Dude, you're a VTuber, you can rebrand. I don't have your face. You can just rebrand. You can just spin up another avatar. Done. That is one thing not showing your face can give you. That is one actual advantage. If you fuck up, fuck up, you can try again. But it shouldn't be looked at as like a privacy thing. Or like a physical safety thing. It's a business thing. Become Nariel Sero. Total anonymity. Thanks, Dev. Oh, shit. I need to look at your resume. I'm going to do that right after stream, dude. I'm going to do that right after stream. I am so sorry. Oh, God. I actually have another thing. Like, there's a guy that I know in a certain college that needed a favor from me, and I'm filling out some sort of document for him as well. I just need to put it on the board and do it. Yep, a favor. Because that's the point of going to a university, as far as I'm concerned, is favors and social stuff. I don't think the education you're getting from those is inherently as valuable as what they're charging, that's for sure. Valuable, maybe. As valuable as what they're charging for it? No. The social interactions, though, the connections you get, that might actually be worth, like, if you aren't leveraging the social connections at a university, you are wasting your money. Like, straight up. Don't be the university introvert. You are fucking pissing away your student loan. You can get those skills anywhere. That's not the problem. Knowing the dean of a top 10 college of whatever you're going to, and then getting on his good side, that's valuable. That is what is going to get you a job. Go to his parties, fluff his nuts. Go to the socials, engage in the clubs. Do your networking. Yep, bring knee pads. Absolutely. Like, we have a lot of stats for people who, like, where college isn't, like, worth it. But you know, I've never seen those stats bifurcated by whether or not you were in a sorority. I bet you the women in the sororities have way better college outcomes than the women that aren't. The lone wolves, the alpha chads, the sigmas. Nope. Be the sorostitute. You will get far. Absolutely. Go to Rush Week. Wear the dress. Pay the piper. If you can't do that, go to the cheapest college you can find. Or be an autodidact. Put on the maid outfit. Exactly, Plaus. If you can autodidact your way through, and you just won't do the social stuff, autodidact. Do it yourself. But if you are paying the money, do the social stuff. Because that is what you are paying for, and nobody will convince me otherwise. I will go into work tomorrow, and my dean will be like, saw your stream yesterday, you're fired. Anyway. Mods can do a lot of damage. Even Discord warns you about this. If you go to Discord's, like, how to run a server properly guide, they warn you about what mods can do to you if you get too comfy with them. It's in there. It's in there. Let me go back to Clip Studio, because that's something I want to go over. Chat, what did I just say I wanted to go over before I forget it again? Because I just forgot it a second time. What was I just talking about? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Plaus. They absolutely do. So I have been a mod in a few Discord situations, and I've noticed something very critical that no one tells you about when you start setting up your Discords. First of all, we're going to go to personality and activity. And some of the people in my server have seen me go on this rant before about the differences. And I'm going to include the audience in this, because it's the audience too. One thing I want to explain to you if you're a streamer, especially if you're a female, maybe, nah, not exclusively, but if you're a female and you're a VTuber or any streamer, maybe, let me think about that statement. I will say, especially if you're a VTuber. If you're a VTuber, I keep hitting those buttons, and you're a woman, and you do GFE, intentionally or otherwise, I'm going to point out, if you do this, whether you mean to or not, because a lot of your tactics come from this, and you might not even be aware. If you do this, you are not all that separable from a cam girl. Your tactics are like 95% the same. And most of these people don't know it, and most of these people don't know it. These people are mad because there's a bunch of VTubers on the top 10 list of their platform. Thanks, Plaus. I don't know why I did that. But, like, if you do this, and the GFE part can be intentional or unintentional, you have the same audience as cam girls. Because if I want porn, I can go to the hub. If I want porn that is free, I don't have to pay for it, I want to get my nut and leave, I can go to the hub. If I am going here, it's because I want to talk to somebody. It's because I want a connection. I want a conversation. I want to have fun. I want to get in the mood. Guess what we're doing over here? It's the same thing. And you don't have to believe me. That can make you mad. But if you look at this over time, if you just consume this content, you consume both of these, and you compare them over time, you will come to the same conclusion. You are the same. If you don't want to be doing this, learn how to not do it. Because that's a skill. That can be a skill. If you are talking to men, and you are being friendly with them, and not really establishing boundaries, you're doing this. Nero says, you can call me a misogynist, but you can't call me wrong. Exactly. Exactly. Women should stay mods. My mod says that. Well, one of them. No, I disagree. Women can be just as bad about this, if not worse. You're a good example of that, actually. You're a sex pest. But if you are active, if you're acting friendly to a guy, and you have been talking to a guy, even anonymously online, for like 3 months, and you have never said the phrase, I don't like that, or ew, or something negative like that, you are GFEing his ass. You are GFEing his ass if you have gone 3 months talking to that dude and not disapproved of anything he's done to his face. I'm just saying. Yeah, the male fantasy is just attention, is what Nero said. Absolutely. And keep in mind, like, your demo is like this. These people, this demo is especially that way. This demo is especially that way. because they still haven't had time to like acquire value or wealth or stability or anything else that's like really valuable to women, except like a body. They can have a body in this range. They can have daddy's money in this range. But as far as establishing their own value, forget it. So they're very vulnerable to this. They're very vulnerable to female attention. Nero says, when do women acquire that? When do women acquire what? Be specific. Plaus says, tomboy enjoyers know the male fantasy is a bro with pussy. I agree. And let me say something else. ISC2 might not like the way I'm representing them right now, but this is what Twitch is like. This is what the creator space is like. We're a little spicy for normies, and the security community does not serve the Twitch community very well. And that is what I am attempting to do. So, sorry, man. This is how this side of the internet is for whoever has to audit my CPEs later. Anyway, 18 to 23-year-olds. Like, have you ever thought about the fact? Do you have to keep minors? Like, if you're a female VTuber and this stream ever reaches you, do you have a problem keeping minors out of your Discord? Because if you do, you're probably doing the GFE, whether you realize it or not. If you've got like 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds showing up to your chat and trying to get into your Discord, you are probably GFEing. I can tell by how your model is dressed, quite frankly. I don't even have to listen to you talk. Because the way you prefer to present yourself says a lot about your strategy. I have seen people go from like double A cups on their models to G cups on their models. I've seen that happen. There was no reason to do that. Well, there wasn't a comfort reason to. Cough, cough, cough. Who would do that? Yeah, who would do that? I will subtweet you. If I don't think we're going to ever talk again, I will absolutely subtweet you. I will use names if I give a shit. But yeah, if you've got giant knockers and you're dealing with kicking minors out of your server and your demo is 18 to 23, you're probably GFE, like 99%. 99% likely you're GFEing. You can cope about it all you want, but you are. And that puts you here. We're getting back to security on this. Because what you're doing is you're cultivating a certain type of interaction. So we're going to erase all that. And get into the differences between these two. So I've seen two main types of... Thanks, waifu. Thanks for that pinned comment. You know, we haven't had a DVT break yet, so at 8 o'clock we're going to have one. Or 8 o'clock Eastern. That's in 11 minutes. Nero says, what about posting a sponsored post video, then freaking out and taking it down and thinking people didn't save it because you don't do IRL stuff often? I mean, I don't think I've personally ever seen that, so I can't really comment on it. I don't know what you're talking about, man. It's an oddly specific... That is an oddly specific example. I mean, it's like you saw somebody do that, but you won't name names. I can't tell who you're talking about, though. I'm in the dark. So, one of these was a Pogo server. And that was an activity server. It was centered on an activity. We played Pogo. We wanted to catch the Pokemans. We wanted to take down gyms. We wanted to do raids. That's an activity. Certification station is where I learned how to study for my CISSP. Shout out to Certification Station. That is an activity Discord. It is based around an activity. You do the activity. Who becomes the stars of servers like this, if anyone? Yeah, we wanted to raid, take down Pokemon, fuck Vaporeon, the normal stuff. Exactly, Nero. Spot on. Who becomes superstars in these servers? The answer is, sometimes no one. Sometimes it's no one. Sometimes the activity itself remains the superstar. But generally, it's the people who are competent. Oh, man. Plaza is about to ream me. That's what... oh, my God. I can't believe I just tried to spell competent live. Oh, man. But it's the competent people, spelling aside, that are going to become the superstars of those servers, if anybody. So in the certification station, that status is like shared among dozens of people. It's so diluted that they're basically not superstars. Like, they're above most people, but I wouldn't say any cult of personality is really formed here. But if you go to, like, the Helldivers Discord, holy shit. There are some divas in the Helldivers. Why do I always put a possessive? Fuck you. There are some divas in the Helldivers Discord. There are some divas. But you know who isn't the diva? We're going to put an exclamation point in front for not. Have you ever seen an activity server where the server owner was the diva and wasn't in this group? I haven't. Dev says yes, but rare. Yeah, like, I'm sure there's one or two. Yeah, hobby focused. But it's rare. When you get into the personality, like, what are personality Discord servers? I'm having a tough time, like, who has Discords that aren't these people? Like, I guess there's some YouTube fellas, but that's kind of an activity. Like, if I go to the Situation Room, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Situation Room, but they do, like, historical videos on, like, military events that were notable in history. And it's, like, half and half the guy that does it, but, like, it's not even really half and half. They're, like, the activity is, like, the videos. It's kind of weird. Like, they have a fixation, you know? I can still put YouTube there, but, like, I'm struggling to come up with examples that aren't these. Nero says, would you consider, like, official app servers activities? It depends on the app. If the app is OF, no. Dong Discord is actually in activity. Absolutely 100%. Absolutely. It has the same dynamic as any other activity Discord. There are a few people in the highly competent class that are kind of a little bit elevated a little bit deferred to, but there's dozens of them. I'm actually in that class on that server. But, it's an activity server. 100%. There's a lot of ways to be competent in that arena. I'm definitely not as competent as Plaus is in certain regards. That's for sure. But, like, as personality stuff, nope. Not the queen of size queens. If you're talking about waifu, she's middle of the road. Omni says, what the fuck is Dong Discord? Normally I would share stuff like that, but every single time they escape containment, very, very bad things have happened to them, and the interaction has been very, very negative. So I won't name them. But, like, I don't think they've escaped containment once. That was a positive for that place. So, that's more of a DM's thing. That is not a place to go if you're just, like, looking for a circus show. I will absolutely not share a link to that place for that reason. Ever. That's also why I really just, like, don't share the, camgirl subs on here either. Same reason. A lot of people, like, they like to go there to look at the circus show, and I'm not doing that. Stream has hit the 2-hour mark, but I don't want to leave on that note. So we got OF, Fansly, Twitch, YouTube. Like, these personalities are kind of, like, female-dominated. I guess if you were to go to, like, Sargon's Discord, that would be personality-motivated, because, like, he's a politician now. Or if you were to go to, like, Homath's Discord, that would be a personality Discord. Just to give some, like, male examples of that. I guess, like, alpha male Twitter is not exactly an activity. Like, I'm sure they would like to pretend it is, but it's not. That's a personality thing. But these are, like, the most common examples. When you have a personality Discord, you are the focus. And that creates risks. First of all, you cannot give attention to everybody. The maximum amount of, like, people you can simultaneously pay attention to is approximately 13, adjusted for IQ. So, like, this number goes all the way up to, like, 17, or in very extreme circumstances, 21. Once you are over these numbers, you are picking favorites. And I have heard a lot of VTubers and faceless creators and all the people doing the cam girl thing, I have heard them utter the phrase, "Oh, I don't pick favorites, blah blah blah," and they're like already a 3 view. For those of you who don't know what a 3 view is, let me explain that, because that might come up in the VOD. So, the number of concurrent watchers you have on whatever platform you're streaming on. So, like, if I have 8 viewers, I'm a 1 view, because there's a 1 digit in it. If I have 22 viewers, I'm a 2 view, because there's 2 digits in it. If I have 537 viewers, I am a 3 view. And so on and so forth. So, I hope that explains things. So, if I'm a 3 view, and I'm going, I love everyone equally, and I don't pick favorites. Plaus says, to be fair, 13 is a lot of people to service at once. It is. It's a fuck ton. That is like the edge of what most people within one standard deviation can track at one time as far as, like, interpersonal relationships. So, like, I picked that number for a reason, because that's an important number in instructional design when you're talking about, like, class size amendments and stuff in the United States, where you're, like, passing laws to limit the size of classes, and you're going, well, some of our classes have, like, 50 students in them, and we're gonna make it to where, like, you have to have 32 maximum. You are doing fucking nothing. Because 32 is still nearly 3 times the maximum amount of students a teacher could be expected to pay attention to and give equal treatment to. It does nothing except make it so you have to build bigger schools and more schools for the same number of students. Why is Kermit making educational policy? When I get excited, I get very Kermit. It's true. But instructional design is a whole discipline, and we know the limits. We know how to, like, this statement alone can dox me if the wrong person hears it. We have known since the 70s how to teach. We just refuse to do it. Simple as that. Tracking was a good thing. Hey, waifu, can you earn your sword and get me another beer, please? I would really appreciate that. Anyway, so if you're like at really, really, really high IQ, because this is related to IQ, and Nero says, can I earn your sword? Absolutely. This is related to IQ as much as people would like to cope about it. And teachers are in, like, the lower standard deviation of IQ, like, as a population. So if, like, the standard IQ is 100, teachers average about, like, 92, somewhere around there. They're below 100 as a population. And it's not like they haven't left a standard deviation yet, but they are below average. So, like, really, this number is probably 12 in practice. I'm not even sure, like, this makes it... I'm not sure 8 IQ points could actually make one difference there. You might need to go to a standard deviation to get, like, a couple, because you'll notice, like, I say 21 over here as an extreme, that's like 180 IQ. Like, the difference between 100 IQ at 13 and 21 people is like 80 IQ points. It's fucking ridiculous, because relationships are geometric, or they scale geometrically. So really large gains in IQ do not actually result in really large gains in being able to track relationships. Just like more things we know, but like we refuse to tell people. So like going from like 44 as a class size to 35, thank you, sweetheart.
You're welcome.
Is actually, all that does is raise the cost of education and make you pay more teachers. Dev says, I always thought locking mods in the basement was a mean, but you even let yours out to fetch beer. Absolutely. Yeah, locking the mods up is real. So, you are the focus, and you're a 3-view, and you're trying to tell your audience, I pay attention, I love all of you equally. If you are a VTuber and you are watching this, I want you to know that your barriers to expressing negative sentiment in your Discords does not change the fact that we know that that is a lie. Every single person in that Discord can see who you are paying attention to and who you are not. And it might be a brand risk to pretend otherwise because of just like how naked and observable it is. I'm not going to tell you how to run your shit, but I will tell you that I have never known a fan that doesn't notice. I've actually been called out on 4chan for being noticed too much. Like, the viewers you pay attention to share some of your security risk in the way Omni was explaining earlier, where like he looks too much like somebody else and could be, if somebody were to target that somebody else, they could end up targeting him. Your viewers, especially the ones you pay attention to, share the AoE with you. They share the blast zone. And there's nothing you can do to stop that. You can cope all day long about who you do and don't pay attention to. The people you pay attention to are still going to be targeted by jealous people. They will. Jealous, unhealthy people that you know are jealous and unhealthy and that you are not banning from your server. I'll be straight up with that. You know who those people are, and your audience knows who those people are, and you not banning them is a choice. And it increases risk. And that is so obvious, even Discord has it written down in their policy and best practices for running a Discord server. They don't make this distinction the same way that I do, but they do talk about it. And you should probably go and read that if you run a Discord server. And I don't mean you have... You still run the Discord server, even if you have subbed out all the actual operations to your Jannies. You still run the Discord server, and you should be reading that. And it is a security risk to pretend that's not happening. Because then you're not banning people who are obvious threats. And I have seen that over and over and over. So yeah, you probably should not do the gaslight part of Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss, because we can just leave. We can just leave, and we often do, because what you do is, like, you create, like, this cloud cuckoo land. Kind of rule set where your audience can't express grievances. So when they have them, they just go. We just leave. That's what happens. Because we're not allowed to talk about it. We're not allowed to self-police. We're not allowed to go, hey, you're being a fuckhead and you don't belong here. And Dev goes, I know you're right, but it still does not compute to me why people care about how much little attention someone gets on a hopefully entertaining internet strangers channel server. I agree. The funny part about that is I don't give a shit. And I end up being paid attention to a lot, regardless of how much money I do or don't spend. And that's not just a me thing. Like, other fans of those VTubers have told me as such in DMs, because we're allowed to talk where you can't see it. If you're a content creator, we do have DMs and we do talk about stuff we're not allowed to talk about in your server. Sorry, but we have that power on the internet. And I have had people just straight up tell me, like, wow, she pays a lot of attention to you. And I've had that happen with multiple VTubers. And it's funny because I don't care about the attention. Lirio says, bro, I tried to actively hide in most places and still got no... Yeah, absolutely. And I think those things are related. I think when you, like, go super simp mode, you drive the attention away from yourself and towards people that are not going super simp mode. And that's not true for every streamer. Some people see super simp mode and they go, money! And they definitely pay attention extra to that as like a business thing. But you can if you're socially adjusted, you can kind of tell. And that goes back to like this 18 to 23 male demographic, because a lot of those folks, they're not very socially adjusted. I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm a bit of a unicorn. I've got a stable marriage, a family. I am way older than this. I am an outlier. Most of the people in this chat are also outliers. But, like, if you're in this cohort, like, right now, do you say it outlier or outlier? I say outlier. That's how almost everybody in my region says it, and that's like a regional thing. It can be wrong, but it is regional. Almost everybody I know, and like, keep in mind, I rub elbows with piled higher and deepers daily. We all say outlier. We don't say outlier. I love what's going on in my chat right now. That's great. I'm glad I opened the beer. But, like, if you're in this demographic, things are pretty bleak for you right now. Like, I'm not going to do the 30-year-old boomer thing where I'm like, y'all have it so good. We walked uphill both ways in the snow. No, if you're in this cohort, you're pretty fucked. But, like, there's a lot of men in this cohort that are not socially adjusted. And then you take the cohort inside of this cohort that is online a bunch, and they are even less socially adjusted. And then you take the cohort of that cohort that is on Twitch as a primary, like, recreational activity, and they are even less socially adjusted. And then you take the cohort of that cohort that hangs out in VTuber servers, and they are even less adjusted socially as a population. So you make of that what it is. These people are not socially well adjusted as, like, a population. There's a lot of really cool guys in here. But how do I relate that? Like, I don't think I've ever seen this happen, which is a red flag in and of itself, but have you ever had a viewer, like, get a girlfriend? Oh, man, the kerning on that is awful. And then just fucking leave? I haven't seen that because, like, I don't see a lot of chatters talk about getting girlfriends, and the ones that do tend to literally be lying. Like, they'll do that thing youngsters do with, like, I totally got a girl. Like, these are the people who go onto OnlyFans, and then they, like, am I allowed to even say that word on Twitch? They'll go to other platforms, and they will literally pay a girl to, like, give them explicit photos, and then pass those photos off to their friends as, like, hey, guys, this is my girlfriend. By the way, if you're, like, a sex worker and somebody is like, hey, I need a video of you where you're saying my name, that's what they're doing. Like, they're saying my name during the act, and then there's, like, I need you to, like, just be naked and say my name. That's what they're doing. Or even not naked, just, like, clothed. I need you to, like, look at the camera and be like, hi, so-and-so. Hey, those customs sell, okay? Yeah, absolutely. They do. You can take that work. I'm just saying, that's... I've seen people express online not knowing why people were doing that. So it's more of a like a conscious sort of thing. Like I want you to be conscious of what you're doing or what they're doing. If you've got clients that just want you to like look pretty and act familiar and then like say your name while they're acting familiar, that's what they're doing, which is kind of bad because a lot of the times the pipeline is like do the custom and then like a few weeks after the custom, it gets released as generalized content. And if part of the custom is like saying your name or otherwise making it to where it can't be generalized, it lowers the value of that custom for that later part, and you should be charging a fee for customs that cannot be turned into generalized content. But that's why they want you to say their name in that kind of specific way. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but there is that component where they want to tell other guys, do you see this 10 out of 10 babe? She's my girlfriend. Look, she's like talking to me and saying my name. Like there are people dumb enough to think that they're going to get away with that. There really are. They never do. It's always found out, but like that's a thing. I've had people do that. But like you'll get people and they'll come into a Discord server and they'll be like, "Yeah, man, I've got a girlfriend. I am so much girlfriend. I am in girlfriend. Girlfriend. Look at me, girlfriend." And I know you've seen those people, and then it just like they act in a way that like fake people just always act. Like there are tells. Other than those people, I don't really see people who change relationship status. Like the married people arrive married and they stay that way. The people in relationships arrive in relationships and stay that way. And the people that arrive single and they stay that way. And I have only seen one exception to that rule, and they are in this chat right now. It has literally happened one time, and they are in this chat. So what does that have to do with security? People who are this ill-adjusted socially are more likely to cross legal lines. People who have trouble with social boundaries, bowed. You know, whatever. People who have trouble with boundaries have trouble with boundaries across contexts. So people with poor social boundaries are also going to be people with poor legal boundaries, because typically legal boundaries are just codified social boundaries. So they're going to be doing the same thing. So these are your people who are at higher risk of stalking. They're at higher risk of falling for your act. Because we're talking about GFE people, right? Let me tell you something. I'm gonna do that American phrase. I just triggered a lot of Euros. Let me tell you something. As I erase all this. One of the most dangerous, and I mean actually dangerous, statistically speaking, one of the most dangerous things you can do is play with a man's emotions. It is represented in, like, the top 3 reasons murder happens. If you are running afoul of the 7 deadly sins, like, there's a reason they are called that. And it's not because, like, somebody saw Jesus in a piece of toast. The 7 deadly sins are not deadly because you do them, though they can be. They are deadly because other people do them. If you are messing with somebody's pride or wrath, if you are messing even with, like, their gluttony, you are playing very dangerous games. Lust is on there. Not that any VTuber would ever be playing with this. Right? Who was that GFE streamer that was killed because she strung along a guy and he sent her a bunch of money he didn't have and got into debt, and then she basically, like, pulled her mask off at some point to him and called him the Japanese streamer? Oh, yeah. Let me Google something real quick, because I know it's right. Oh, yeah, Greed. Well, agreed. Like, obviously there weren't 7 up there, but, like, those are the ones most related to VTubing. Let me search something real quick. Top, because I researched this earlier this year, reasons for murder. Center for Crime and Justice Studies, Murder in Society. Keep in mind, I don't think I have to explain that most murders are committed by men. We're all there. We all know that. Motives. The motives are categorized as lust, love, loathing, and loot. That's one of the first results. Crimes of passion, domestic violence, revenge, jealousy, hatred, anger, and rejection. Rejection is on the top reasons murder happens. And you are playing the GFE game. You have to be careful with this. You are actively courting top murder reasons when you do this, if you are not doing it responsibly. And I have to question if a lot of people even know what responsible GFE even looks like. Because in the adult industry, right? In the Western adult industry that isn't trying to be idol culture, which I believe is one of the biggest security risks in all of VTubing, is idol culture. I think this is just, like, almost universally bad. First of all, idol culture is to protect Japanese and Korean companies. It's not to protect the talents, though it does do that a little bit because of how their fans are. But it is to protect the companies that have talents. And if you read Shibuya Kaiho, I believe is how you say her name. Help me out here, Saru. I know you're there. I didn't actually look at the list, I'm just guessing. I think her name's Shibuya Kaiho. Or Kaho. God damn it. That might be Lugia's song. Is it? Oh, no, this is from Metroid Prime 3. But, you know, it's like a Nintendo song, so probably half the bars are borrowed, you know what I mean? Skytown Elysia for Metroid Prime 3. But idol culture protects idols and idol corporations. And then you will see indie VTubers being like, yeah, I want to do this. Let's talk about some real security stuff while I'm on my soapbox. There are some factors that make you vulnerable to stalkers. Social isolation. So if you lack, and this is for adult industry too. I just saw Dev's comment. about this. Dev says, how do you go about minimizing your risk, specifically safety, while serving that niche? Like, we just had the same lightning bolt hit our brain, man. Let's get into that. So, social isolation. The more people you know, IRL, the safer you are. Because what a stalker is going to do when they target you is they're going to isolate you socially so that you are vulnerable to whatever it is that they're doing. So you can't go, hey, can you watch my house? I think one of the things you'll find that's repeated a lot is, like, if you have a good relationship with your mother, and even if you don't, maybe you should, they are, like, basically the first person you should tell that you are starting to do adult content. Is, like, one of the consensuses that I've seen. And yeah, it's like, yeah, your family should know, or at least a few of them should. Your family should know so that they can protect you. You need to not be in an adversarial relationship with the cops. I'm just gonna write law enforcement. So if you're like an actual prostitute, you are not going to have an amicable relationship with law enforcement. But a cam girl can. And a VTuber can. And what you got during the Summer of Love was it became like the so-called Summer of Love was you got a large portion of the population that were brainwashed into thinking that talking to cop equal bad. And I'm not going to do it. So if somebody is committing a crime against you and talking to cop equal bad, what does that do to that attacker's ability to keep breaking the law at you? Well, it preserves it. It helps him out. It lets your attacker do what they're doing with impunity. So if talking to cop bad and talking to family is also bad, who is there to resist your attacker? You ready for the real punch in the gut? The person that believes both of these things and is streaming GFE online, they live in LA. They're not allowed to have weapons. They don't have castle doctrine. They have a duty to flee. What are you doing? You have built up like layers and layers of social isolation, and then you lived in a jurisdiction where you can't even protect yourself, and now you've got an online stalker. Which is more likely because you are performing an activity that attracts those sort of people. Have a good night, Lirio. On that note, let's have a quick restroom break. I'm like a beer and a half in, and it's 2.5 hours into the stream. So I'm gonna activate my little BRB screen, and then I'm gonna turn up the music, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Hang in there, everybody. I'm sorry, but I don't have fish set up. Turn that up a little bit. All right, so I had some questions while I was gone. Let's see. Texas for the win. We've got guns. Well, yeah. But that's not, like, all there is to it. Like, you could get an illegal weapon in California, but using it would come with a very high penalty, right? I would encourage you, if you're doing GFE, to live in a jurisdiction where you will face the minimum amount of consequences for protecting yourself. I'll phrase it that way. So if you're a Euro, I'm not sure how much GFE I would be doing. You know? And if I did it, I would be doing it in a transparent way. Yeah, that's the rant I was on. I still haven't answered Dev's question. Not really. So, if I'm doing, like, GFE, right? The way we do that in the adult industry... I haven't been in the adult industry in forever. The way that's done in the adult industry is it's very explicitly transactional. And, like, do y'all remember... Were y'all there when I made, like, that BFE menu for Lucy? Like, on her Reddit? Do y'all remember that meme? Anyway, let's see if I can't, like, pull this up. Like, if I open a new tab... And... If I open a new tab, and if I, like, drag... Because I still have it somewhere. Also, yeah, that was a lot of flicker and, caught. But... I should have this under... Assets? Might be in memes. We'll talk through it. But basically, what's going on is, like, in the adult industry, it's a very explicit, like, menu. Like, if you pay $10, I will tell you good morning for a week. And it's not going to be, like, $10. It's going to be whatever the going rate is, but it's, like, it is very transactional, and I've got to take my BRB down, but, like... It's stupid transactional. So, like, yeah, the... Still kind of accurate with the beer. Still... Oh, yeah. I corrected it, and then I read Waifu telling me that it was a problem. But, like, this BFE menu is based on, like, real GFE menus. That's why I made it. It's because there was some stream where Lucy was talking about, like, I need a boyfriend experience. And it's like, well, actually, I know a bit about that. So when we're handling, like, BFE, GFE content, there's a price tag associated to, like, every interaction we're willing to do. Dev says, this looks quite familiar to posts I see on one of my most visited sites. Absolutely. Because, like, what we're doing is we're being transactional. So, like, if you want to be called a good girl up to 10 times a day, you're paying me $4. If you want a sweaty hoodie, like, this is why the used panties cost so much. It's transactional. You stop paying, I stop doing. Now, how do VTubers handle this? Right? Chat, I love you. Chat, you're my real friend. Chat, I really consider you to be, like, a real-life friend that I would, like, be for... No. No. And, like, a ton of you fucking do that, and maybe you even mean what you say in the moment. Kaviri says, that's on summer discount, by the way. I mean, like, yeah, those prices are, like, meme. Dev says that seems like that's because it's a bad idea. Dev says that seems like a bad idea. Yeah, that's because it's a bad idea. When you're telling somebody that, like, the feelings you feel for them are genuine and are in no way related to the amount of bits you're spending or the sub you're dropping or whatever, and then you cut them off one day because, you know, they're not paying enough, well, that can run afoul of those 7 deadly sins we were talking about. And you are putting yourself in danger. Like, playing with men's emotions is literally dangerous. It is literally dangerous. Do not do it. If you want a GFE, you paywall that shit. Anybody here have a streamer that paywalls chats? Pay X to be in this chat, pay X to be in even super more special chat, and then pay X to be in super duper super special chat? I think they should be a little more explicit about it. Because some of them still pull the cope, like... And I've never been in Bal's paywalls. Like, I'll talk about Bal, that's fine. I know she has, like, paywalled chats, and she has her fansly. But, like... You gotta be explicit about it. It's like, I'm talking to you this way because you are paying me money. That is the safe way to do it. Also, I think it's really funny, like, when you see a streamer go through the GFE steps, and then they explicitly get a fansly, and it's not surprising at all, and it feels like a natural evolution of what they're doing. It's because they're running afoul of this shit right here. First of all, what's up, Potato? How you doing? It's the first time I've really seen you tonight. Second, emote use raises 500% in the last 5 minutes. Yes. Actually, Clueless has been going around, pretty much all stream, for the same reason, but, like, I don't want to pick on somebody, because I know it is way more than one streamer doing this. It's like, I have my personal experiences, so I talk about that, but, like, there's a lot of streamers that do this. But there's also a lot of streamers that go the other direction. Like, you have the streamers with the paywall chats, and then they cope about that not being the paywall that it literally is. But then you also have the streamers that are like, I'm going to not paywall anything and pretend you're all equal, and I'm going to say that you're my real friend when I don't mean it. That's trouble. If you're doing GFE, that's trouble. Explicit is how we handle this in the West. And I've actually been like, I'm using GFE in a way that I don't normally use it because I'm trying to, like, talk to the audience that I have. In where I come from, what you're about to see on, like, on the screen. I'm gonna lower the artboard a bit. What you're seeing right here is the only thing we consider GFE. Is when there's an exchange of money. Anything outside of that, that's not even definitionally GFE in, like, the adult space. Right? And I'm not sure how many VTubers or people who are just, like, really, really into that niche understand that. Like, in the adult industry, if you're not paying money, it's not GFE, because GFE is a service we charge for. Just straight up. And that is a safety thing as much as it is a money thing. It is 100% a safety thing. Because you can say, well, the reason I'm not treating you like that is because you didn't pay your $12. You don't have to sit there and be like, actually, I don't think we vibe anymore. Or whatever excuse it is you're going to give. Right? Do not lie to anybody, but especially, like, from a safety perspective, especially men. Do not lie to men about how you feel about them. Do not go, you are special. Don't do that. If you don't mean it. Because one day they're going to find out. Because they are going to treat this like it's real because you told them it was real. And then if you're faking this, them treating it like genuine is going to conflict with it not being genuine in a way that is no longer reconcilable. And that's going to cause a problem. And if they're in that really high-risk group of people that are likely to break the law, you might have just acquired yourself a stalker. And you talk about the weather all the time. Good luck. That's not going to be very popular. A lot of people don't want to hear how they're accountable for, like, their own risk. But, you are. You're accountable for your own risk. Because you can't control the threats. You can control the vulnerabilities. You can largely control your exposure to those threats. You can't control the threats themselves, but you can control the vulnerabilities and your exposure to them. So it's not like I'm saying, well, look at what she's wearing. She deserves it. I'm like, well, it happened. She didn't cover her drink. It happened. Do I think you should live in a place where you should have to cover your drink all the time? No. Of course not. Does that mean I'm going to suggest that you don't cover your drink because that's the ideal world we should be living in? That's fucking stupid, and you know it. Don't lie to men about their feelings. Don't do it. It's dangerous. All right, I'm going to go back to the questions I got, because there were questions up here. Nero says, with what you're talking about with not isolating to have layers of ability to protect yourself, what about the Nux v Shoujo situation? Like, I know part of it was corporate bullshit, but the number of people who were freaking out, like him saying, hey, there was a doxer, but he's in jail now, put them in more danger than keeping it quiet. Is that just, like, bred into the industry stupidity as not being personal things that might look bad? Up? That's actually a pretty complicated question. We're going to take that one at a time. So, like, one of the questions is boiled down to, see something, say something, as like an axiom. And then there was like, was Nux wrong? Or in the wrong? And I'll be honest, I don't know a lot of the details of the situation, but I know the macro. But like the details don't really change a lot of these fundamental questions. Was Nux in the wrong to do the story? Let me make sure there's not like a third major question in there. Let's see. But the number of people who were freaking out like him saying... Were you saying who were freaking out like him saying... Or were you trying to say... or were you trying to talk about the people who were freaking out about him doing it? Like, that he shouldn't do it? Okay, so... One thing we're going to get into... Also, do you think isolating as a VTuber leads to people not wanting to be open about stuff like that? Absolutely. It's one of the reasons we have all these industry secrets and we have to do these qualitative... I don't have to write that down. But I'm, like, fidgety. It's why we have all these industry secrets. It's because of all this idol culture and secrecy and all of that. It's why we don't have stats on this stuff. It's why we can't study that stuff. It might not surprise you to know that this is one thing we actually do have in Western like adult content spaces is access is a problem, because there's a like when you're talking about photographers, because we have a lot of men in chat, we have a pretty good sausage fest here. So if I'm going to pitch to you, hey, I have a camera, and I'm really good at camera things. Will you get naked for me so I can take pictures of you naked? If I were to say that to you, what do you think my motive would be? What's your assumed motive of me in that moment? Omni says, sure. I mean, like, seriously, though. Because what we call that in the industry is, like, a dude with a camera. Right? That's a guy who wants to get free pictures of naked women. Alleged dev says, totally artistic inspiration and nothing else at all. Yeah, we think he's a creep. We think he's up to some ulterior motive. Obviously. I would ask to see portfolio. That is the real answer, Kaviri. That is the real question. But your initial thought is, this guy is up to something, or you wouldn't need to see his portfolio to make sure that he's not up to something. Like, your initial thought is, this is sus as fuck. Right? So we call that dude with a camera. It's also the case that Nux is an entertainer. He is not a security expert. All right? He was not bringing up that security incident for... Oh, wait. God, you're quick. I was going to approve that, but okay. Automod caught something. I didn't even get to read what it was before it went away. Nux is not a security expert, and his motive is not to spread security awareness. His motive is to entertain, to gain clicks, and to gain exposure. And that's not wrong, but the people who were freaking out about him, like sharing this information, you gotta understand, he wasn't sharing this information to protect people. And I don't think that information had the capacity to protect people. That's the thing. I don't think talking about that scenario had the capacity to protect people. But on the other part of that question is like it's a question about if you say something, should you say something? And the answer is generally yes. Oh god, who is that? Not Vex or it's somebody else. Let me go into Discord real quick and go into security channel, because I keep these for a reason. And it's not to make fun of people, it's exactly to grab, like, Shibuya Kaho, by the way. It's to make sure I'm being accurate. Vienna. Okay, so when Vienna goes and she shares online one of her security L's, there's like this obvious moment where you could use that to like make fun of her or something, but I don't. I think it's really good that she's doing that because it's spreading awareness inside of her own cohort. Right? It's spreading awareness inside of her own cohort. So, in her case, when Vienna is talking about the way she's getting hacked and the way she's getting pwned, and she's doing her see something, say something, that's legit. Right? I mean, he was brought into a situation because he stuck in his nose where it didn't belong, to follow up with Nero. He was talking about it because it affected him too, because that's how he was brought into the situation. It's like, yeah, but he was sticking his nose where it doesn't belong because he's a drama VTuber. And his job is sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Like, for money. And I don't have anything against that per se, because I think, like, so-called reputable outlets are doing the same goddamn thing. But I'm saying, like, that situation was entirely avoidable. He did not have to cover that. And covering it didn't make anybody any safer. Right? He didn't have to do it. I don't think it harmed them either. I just think it was neutral and didn't have to be talked about. That's all. Did they tell him that information was not privileged? I believe so, based on what I've seen. I believe he had a right to share that, but that doesn't mean it was right to share that. He could have done all of that in private. He did not have to make a video about it. End of the day. Now, personally, do I think he was in the right? Yes. But, like, when I'm analyzing this from the question you asked, I think it was also understandable that he was freaked out on. Like, I think that was predictable, really. I think there's only so upset you can be about that. Like, yeah, I think he was mostly in the right on that. And, you know, 2020 hindsight and Device Shoujo in general, you know, maybe he's more right than we know, but he didn't have to cover it. That could have stayed private. And again, warning people about the method used, I don't think that protected anyone. I don't. And the reason I say that is because education kind of sucks. It's like telling people to do push-ups. Like, being security aware, and the reason that what I'm doing right now is a Twitch stream instead of a YouTube video. Remember how many years it took me to actually do this? How many years have I been talking about covering this subject? Security is like self-improvement tier type behavior. It requires the same sort of motivation to, like, improve your diet or to work out. And that's, like, one of the things I opened with. In Corpoland, we take all of this user training very seriously, because if they don't do what we're training them to do, we get to punish them. Imagine if your job got to fire you for not losing weight. That's what we get to do as security professionals. We get to fire you for not eating right and losing weight. We get to fire you for not going to the gym 3 times. Like, it's the same kind of behavioral thing. Like, caring about security is on that level of, like, going to the gym and working out, and Dev goes, well, some job... Yeah, I mean, like, we're pretty strict about it. Or we have a newly adopted position that is far more strict than our old posture. And, like, some, like, if you're at a bank, I know people who run banks. There's no second chances there. Like, when you're talking about corpo, you don't fuck up this. You don't fuck up the phishing email tests more than once at a bank. You're gone. You're done. You get phished twice in, like, 3 months for the automated phishing, like, test. You're gone. Bye. So, like, ostensibly... What do you mean, how? Waifu's like, how, with, like, 3 question marks. What are you confused about? They are not. My wife was like, those are so obvious, though. Not all the time. You can't make them all obvious, or you're not testing much. What you're actually testing with a lot of those phishing things is, like, do they know the protocol that we would never email about this in the first place? What you actually do is you try to make the phishing email as convincing as you possibly can. Because the whole point is that the policy is like, we will never contact you about this subject through email. And if you know that, and you put that into practice, you will never, ever, ever, ever fall for those phishing emails. Because like in a bank, how do I say this without saying this? There are places where perimeter security is more lax by nature because it cannot not be. They're just more public areas. But in a bank, perimeter security is very important. So you have these things where it's like, yes, there is nothing in our business process where we would email you about this subject, and now we're going to test you on that. Yeah, you know what? The security, the SOC, the Security Operations Centers, does not give a fuck if you report a legitimate email. They are happy with you. It's like, yeah, not only does this guy report, like, the fake phishing emails we send and real phishing emails, he also reports, like, legitimate emails to us. That makes them so happy. Like, that you are their favorite user if you are doing that. I was saying something before that. Let's see, was Nux in the wrong? I went over that. See something, say something. Let me give you a negative example of see something, say something. So Alejandro / Sayu, when he was hacked, one of the things that he said in his "please don't click this, it's not me, blah blah blah," he also did a few posts about how, like, it wasn't his fault. And I would consider that a negative example of see something, say something. Like, you are actively harming people by, like, saying... And I get where he's coming from, because he's kind of known for being, like, Amelie's tech support, right? That's, like, a big meme with him. That's a large part of his, like, VTuber identity. And then he gets pwned. But, like, you can't have that attitude. It is, like, your security is your responsibility always, 100%, all the time. And you clicking a PDF is 100% on you. Every time. There is no, oh, that's not on me because reasons. No, that's on you, bro. And you telling the world from your privileged position that it's not on them when they click PDFs that are malicious because they were busy. I think his was his excuse. That was also Linus's excuse. It's like, oh, we were busy. But at least Linus owned it, like, from Linus Tech Tips. He was like, yeah, that's our bad. That's not a secure thing to do. It's not an excuse. Being busy is not an excuse for clicking a malicious PDF. Like, that's how he handled that. Even though he also expressed how frustrating it was that clicking a PDF could do that to his company, he was also like, yeah, clicking bad PDFs is 100% on us. Sayu didn't do that. Sayu was like, oh, not my fault. More or less. Like, you can be the victim and also be at fault. You can have both. Was he victimized by that PDF? 100%. Was it his fault? 100%. Like, from a cybersecurity perspective. And that's what I would give as a negative example of see something, say something. You're not being a good role model there. Vienna's being a good role model when she's like, hey, I got owned. This is how I got owned. Please be careful. That is a very responsible narrative, and I would never, like, clown on anybody for taking that narrative. That is a responsible way to message that. Pat on the back, pat on the head. You did a good thing. And, you know, in idol culture, if you adhere strictly to idol culture, maybe you don't see something, say something. You know, I gotta give her props for that too. Like, she's under pressure to just, like, not talk about it. At the macro level, right? Okay. Omni says, I did that with property inventory email. I emailed somebody on the SOC to see if it was legit or not. Yeah. I've had people in my organization, or I should say, like, subgroups or departments within my organization, send organization-wide emails that looked fishy. And I reported them. And in fact, they were reamed for sending emails that basically ran afoul of our phishing training. Because they did. Like, there were like 2 or 3 things in those emails that asked people to do things that our phishing training says never do this. But it was a legitimate email asking them to do those things. And we're like, hey, what the fuck? You're not allowed to, like, undermine us like this. Kaviri says, see something, wait for somebody else to say something. Oh, man, that pisses me off so much. The amount of time, like if you're a VTuber and you're getting scammed by an artist, name and shame that artist. Fuck idol culture on that one. Just fuck that. I forget exactly which situation it was, but I saw somebody being like, hey, this artist is scamming people. And they were like a 2 view at most. They might have been a 1 view. And then after this 1 view / 2 view comes forward about this artist, fucking Bao was like, yeah, I've been scammed by this person too. What the fuck, bro? Are you fucking kidding? You're gonna wait for the 2 view to stick their neck out? Before you, like, 4 view Bao VTuber are gonna say something about a sleazebag? Are you fucking kidding me? Nero says, no, we are VTubers. See something, wait for the right time to cash in on the hate wave and get clout. I mean, I wish you were more wrong on that. But yeah, if an artist is scamming you, don't let them scam other people because you're trying to play nice. Like, you gotta learn the difference between nice and helpless. Do not be helpless. You can be nice all day long. Do not be helpless. Do not be harmless. You can be nice and not be harmless. If you don't know the difference, look it up. Okay, but yeah, you can't do the your special, heart emoji, ooh-woo, and then get mad or talk about how it's their fault when they take you seriously. Like, it does not take intelligence to lie to people. And this is something that, like, a bunch of people, like, they seem to get really, really wrong. This is something we learn in security, or at least something we're tested on. A lot of people learn this without that, but it's something we're required to know. Is that the reason social engineering works is because, like, the human condition is based on trust. Like, this whole trustless architecture thing, or zero trust is also called. It's a noble goal, but it's also a meme. Dev, if you're still here, because I don't have the normal chat up, and I don't look at the, like, community tab, so I don't keep tabs of, like, who's in chat. But, like, How do we determine which DNSs are worth listening to without trust? Oh, please spill the tea, dude. Please spill the tea. Like, DNS is hierarchical, right? So how do you not trust the top of the hierarchy? You literally can't. Oh, right, okay. NDA shit. Understood. Say no more. Did you guys know that this DNS address was issued improper certificates? Does anybody know what 1.1.1.1 is? Have an extra dot in there. Anybody know who that is? This... Yeah, Dev knows it. This is Cloudflare. This is Cloudflare's DNS. Their public one, anyway. I'm yelling. What a few drinks does to a dad. Did Twitch literally censor the address for Google? Oh, wow. Okay, so that's Cloudflare's public DNS. You're allowed to just like if your ISP is having trouble. So for the less technically savvy in here, if you've ever had like a moment where your internet connection is acting really, really weird, and some things are staying up, but some things are not, you can go into like your computer's DNS settings and start punching in some of these public DNSs to see if that resolves the issue, because sometimes your ISP's DNS goes down, and you can just use a different DNS and recover your connection. I used to have to do that all the time on Comcast. All the time. Their DNS would just fucking go down and be like, okay, time to use Google's. And what I should have done was gone into like the Windows options and put like a list of like 10 DNS servers. But, like, that's a pain in the butt, and that causes other problems, but I could have done that. Anyway, that's their public DNS, and that's one of the DNSs you can use if you don't want to use your ISP's DNS. It's pretty reliable. Well, they were handed, improperly, certificates for this address that allowed them to decrypt traffic. And maybe Dev is the only... Maybe Omni, too, are the only people in this chat I think know what the implications of that are. Let me see. But if you put into Google 1.1.1 DNS certs improper as your search terms, even the AI overview knows about this breach. Like, Google's AI interview knows about this breach. So they were given unauthorized TLS certificates for 1.1.1.1. And they were issued without Cloudflare's involvement. And we're still learning how wide that breach was. But, like, that's too... Oh, Ars Technica has a good story on it? That's good. That's good. So, like, Dev is on top of this. That's excellent. I love that. I'm going to get that Ars Technica story. Maybe I'll do a whole stream on that. Because, like, it might be worth that. Because then I've got to explain DNS and TLS, and... I was explaining the Diffie-Hellman key exchange last stream. And then I decided I would let Computer File explain it for me, because they're better at it. But, last stream I was definitely explaining the Diffie-Hellman key exchange. And TLS, is kind of one of the things that relies on that kind of math. Like, I'm not sure they explicitly rely on Diffie-Hellman, but it is an asymmetric protocol. We were talking about that last stream. But, yeah, I might cover that Ars Technica article for the next one. It's good that they had a good article on that. But basically, like, that's a major kind of area where you have trust on two levels, and people pretend like we can have trustless architecture. So let me explain that real quick. And I know we've gone way off topic here. I will return to the Matrix. But I'm trying not to, like, bore you to death. Because, like, one of the biggest problems with doing a risk analysis is that they're really, really boring. But as a streamer, you've got to understand you're running a business and you need to do it. And if you do nothing else, I want you to address your 3 biggest risks at the end of this and be like, how do I actually mitigate and solve this problem? And if you can't think of ways to do that, just send me a public message and ask me, and I will answer. It might not be immediate, but I will do it. And if during stream, definitely I will do it. Immediately. But, like, one of the problems is DNS is hierarchical. So we trust this. This is like root level shit. Like, the DNS servers that tell you who is under the com domain, we trust those. The DNS servers, they're called the root servers. And we just trust them. Because we have to. Right? Because it's hierarchical. You gotta trust somebody. Certificates are the same way. We trust the certificate vendor, the certificate authority that was issuing the certificates for this address. And they failed. This shit over here, this is a pipe dream. We trust people all the time. When I'm configuring AppLocker, I have the option to configure to trust the digital certificates of certain software providers. That is trust. I can say if your certificate matches the Microsoft vendor, you are okay. That's trust. How am I supposed to evaluate software trust otherwise? Am I supposed to expect every piece of software is open source and then that I have the skills to evaluate that code? Exactly, Dev. Unless you can somehow keep a manual list/hosts file of every IP address and domain in real time, you're going to have to trust someone to be able to use the internet. Someone in all caps. 100%. If somebody is, like, really pushing this zero trust thing to you, and they won't shut up to you about it, they are selling you something. Society and human beings rely on trust, and the whole point of that was, like, being a liar does not make you smart. Tricking people does not make you smart. It just makes you an asshole. It makes you a bad person. Because human beings are wired to trust people. We are a social species. That's how that works. And that's why social engineering works. If you are using those tactics, you are being the bad guy. You are not some genius supervillain just because you said to your audience or to your marks, oh man, you know, the reason I'm being friendly to you is because we're actually friends, and if we met in real life, we would be friends because I have genuine feelings for you, and if you're lying about that, you're just abusing human trust. You're not a marketing genius. You're just a liar. That's it. And even cam girls, like the successful ones, know not to do this. They know not to do that. Like, if you go to that podcast I was talking about earlier, the Professionally Hot podcast, they talk about that. They talk about that a lot. They talk about that a whole lot. I really recommend that podcast if you want to really learn what makes VTubers tick behind this. Like, if you want to be embarrassed by how much VTubers are like cam girls, you should really listen to that podcast. It is eye-opening. I mean, for me, it was less eye-opening. It was more affirming because I've, like, been through that stuff. But, like, I remember in the past telling people, like, this isn't an act because you cannot keep an act like that up for this duration of time. That is still true. That is something I still believe. And I still believe that if somebody is acting like in a way that seems weird, it's because they are being pressed upon externally by something. Now, there's an episode called Members from Season 1 where they explicitly warn you that, yes, there are some creators who can walk that line and absolutely be evil to you, and here are the signs that that is happening to you. If you listen to no other episode of the Professionally Hot podcast, Season 1, I think it's episode 11, the title is Members. Listen to that episode. Do it. Point is, cam girls know it is a bad idea to lie about this in most situations. Bad idea. This attracts... I shouldn't even say attracts. If you lie about... Oh, God. Imagine, like, you're married, and 2 years later is like, actually, I wasn't really into you. That happens, actually. Actually, this happens in the military quite a bit. I know we have some ex-mil people here. That's probably not something that they are hearing for the first time. Like, forget being jodied. This is, like, straight up dependopotamus. Dependopotamus. If you are doing this, you are a dependopotamus. See, that's being jodied. Then there's just straight up this. Omni's like, yo, I'm on Wife 2.0. Keep in mind, some of your audience has had this happen to them. Right? How many X-Mills have we seen in the VTuber space? Like, man to man. Like, what is the makeup of this chat right now? It's like half X-Mill. Oh yeah, BAH is like, man, let me tell you, one of my sisters turned into a Dependa with, like, one of my best friends. That continues to be a rough situation. That fucking sucks. But, like, yeah, if you don't want to be a dependopotamus, don't lie about this shit, because that's what you're doing. You are being a dependopotamus. Don't do that. That's kind of, like, also related to your financial independence as, like, a security mechanism. Because if you get caught doing that, you're going to disillusion your audience and they will leave. They will absolutely leave. So let's go back to the Matrix for a bit. Let's... Oh, not that. There we go. There we go. So, like, mod chat leak a Google Docie? So, like, if I was gonna put, like, lying about how you feel about your audience to farm donations, I don't know where I would put that because that is totally inside of your control. If you are doing this, the risk of this being exposed is over in the critical column, and the likelihood is 100% up to you. You can put it, like, right here. And then it'll never happen. Because you're not doing it. See how easy that is? Just don't do it. And it's fine. Omni, bro, my first stage marriage was like 18 years ago. Yeah. Bro, yeah, like, my current relationship is old enough to vote, and it's almost old enough to drink. Like, I'll tell my direct report about, like, some silly dates me and waifu went on, and she'll remind me, I was in diapers when you were doing this. It's fucking great. God, I have a direct report that became legal to drink earlier this year. Bro, nothing has made me feel older than that. Talented, though. Very talented. Let's see. Nero. I know it was like first edition FF7 strategy guide, and I uncovered it while cleaning, and I was mad you went to her family instead of coming home for Christmas. What the fuck? Dev. Bro, my driver's license is old enough to drink. Yeah, the picture on my license is a really old one, too. I love how we're, like... The demographic in my chat is, like, in the middle stages of their life, for the most part. So... We've acquired a bit of wisdom. And we're kind of immune to a lot of these... I won't say immune, but we're highly resistant to a lot of the tricks, because... One of the things... Oh, I just burped. Holy shit. Anyway, you're gonna have to deal with that. Because, like, a lot of the people in this chat, like... We're too old to, like, really take shit. Like, and that's how we leave communities, is because, like... People will try some of these tactics... And we're not 20. We're not 21. We're not 18. And we will just say, yeah, no, fuck you. And that's it. Like, a lot of you audience members that are like 20 and 25 years old, like you're in that range, you are putting up with shit you absolutely should not be putting up with. Because you're in love with an idea. And you shouldn't do that. Okay, chat, midlife crisis in 3, 2... Yeah. It's not more... For me, it's not a crisis. It's more of a, like... I'm older than you. And for, like, the first time in my life, I'm older enough than you to be conscious of that fact. Like, even the so-called old VTubers are, like, in their early 30s for the most part. It's like... I'm not taking any shit from a 30-year-old. Don't know how the rest of my chat feels about that, but I'm pretty sure I have some wide agreement there. It's like... I ain't gotta deal with your shit. I don't have to put up with that crap. I'm not just older than you. In most cases, I'm old enough to be your fucking dad. And if, like, you're listening to this and I donate to you, you have to understand, like 100%, it's because I like you. And it's not because I like you because I want something to come from that. It's because I just fucking like you. Period. And it doesn't go any deeper than that. And the second I stop liking you, you will know about it. And Dev is like, yeah, though I could probably do with talking less shit on the way out. Man, I cannot say shit to that. I think that's part of standing up for yourself, dude. Like, I think we both appreciate the consequences of talking too much shit on the way out. But, like, ultimately, it needed to be done. And a lot of guys, they never mature to that point. They, like, burning the bridge on the way out is not necessarily immature. Sometimes that's just, this difference is irreconcilable. Fuck you, and I'm gonna make sure you know this is a fuck you situation, so that, like, everybody's clear on it, you know? Which is why I can talk to Nero and be like, hey, Nero, this thing that you're doing over here, it's not working. You can improve it this way. And then Nero doesn't get brainworms about how I suddenly hate him. Because we don't have this relationship where I have to be, like, toxically positive to him all the fucking time. Holy shit, Nero. How did that not trip auto mod? Like, I'm not gonna mod it, but damn. I thought that would've, to be honest. Maybe it's because you misspelled rope and it couldn't establish the context. Oh, man. Man, I've had a good time tonight. What should we talk about next time? Because I'm gonna, like, wrap up this chart. Because you have to fill out this chart yourself. Like, I'm putting stuff here based on, like, how I feel about it. Like, my face reveal? Let's do my chart. My face reveal, it goes here. Maybe it goes here. Because I don't fucking care. I might get a face cam pretty soon. Like, it does not bother me. I'm on the speaking circuit, which is where I wanted to be. Like, I'm not deep in the speaking circuit, but I'm starting to break into that. Like, I went to some conferences recently. I've got some more lined up. Like, I'm getting, like, I am in a place where being in public and being recognized in public is, like, part of my entire monetization for my day job. Like, this is... Yeah, like, this is whatever. This is also, like, somewhere around, like, high probability, but, like, mild effect. This is just not happening. That's why I said low likelihood. Nero says no timeout needed, but if RM wants to spank me, I'll take it. By the way, this is like the longest duration stream I've ever done. And that's because I scheduled it at 6 o'clock and I was still feeling the, like, God, I'm so fucking glad I'm not at work anymore high when I started stream. God, what a week. It's been a rough week, dude. I'm looking forward to next week not being as rough as this week. I've had everything from, like, bad interactions at work to, like, just straight up unrelated nightmares for, like, the last week, and I haven't been getting sleep really well, and just, like, holy fuck. Congrats, RM, you found your first PPV stream. Right? Applause. Is Nero begging for a timeout? I'm a mod, so I'm too stupid to tell.
The answer is yes.
Oh, man. Anyway, your fans talk about you behind your back where you can't see them. And the reason they do that is because you've configured your Discord rules to where they have to. That won't be a popular position, but it's true. Toxic positivity is all over the VTuber space. It has its roots in idol culture, and you just don't have to follow that if you don't want to. You just don't. You can tell people to fuck off when they're being creepy or weird. It's okay. It's better for everybody. Let's see, so, like... what are some real risks here? Alright, let's say streaming is not... and this kind of comes with identity. This is why it's so important to tailor this graph to your real position. So, like, I put identity leaked in, like, high probability but mild consequence. But if you can't survive on only streaming, this probably moves, like, up here for you. Especially if you're GFE. And there's a reason I made that a big part of this talk, because GFE comes with, like, some serious risks. Like, normies will clock you as a sex worker if you have, like, a GFE vibe. Like, what's a VTuber like Vexoria the Sun Eater? So, let's pretend I'm Vex, and, like, I have a day job, and then my boss finds out, like, that this is my model art. Do you think my boss is going to treat me, and, like, not to pick on Vex, but, like, do you think my boss is going to treat me like not a sex worker when they find this? Like, let's be honest. If you... well, I mean, bosses can be prudes. Like, bosses are allowed to be prudes. That's the thing. Like, if my boss determines that I could be reputational damage for the company, I'm gone. And that biases bosses to be prudes, more often than not. Like, I'm not picking on Vex here. Like, who else? Who else has a really, like, sussy model? Applause. Oh, man. Applause just said, I'd rather my boss be a prude than my boss call me in to privately ask me if it's okay to jerk off to my model. Yeah, like, exactly. Like, imagine the Karens in... first of all, this is not, like, a male boss prude problem. This is a Karen in HR problem, right? I don't care if, like, my old man boss knows that I look at Vex the Sun Eater or something. But, like, if my Karen HR rep saw that, oh god, now I'm afraid. Right? Tell me I'm wrong.
Nah.
Tell me I'm wrong. Let's see, Milky. Oh, well, that's just several things, isn't it? Fuck. Oh yeah, if the client finds out, you're cooked even if HR would have tolerated it. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. I don't have to deal with clients a lot because of, like, the specifics about what I do, but that's a very good perspective. That's a very good perspective. And, like, when people say, like, things are not safe for work, I think we've gotten to a point where we have forgotten what work even is. Like, I'm at a corporate network. Not safe for work is like almost everything. Yeah, Milky Ways. Like, I consider Necrolina's model, you know, my current Kami Yoshi. Her model's actually, like, pretty tame compared to other things that are out there. But it's not safe for work. Right? I think we can all agree to that. Like, if I took Necrolina's current model, which is pretty safe in the whole VTuber scheme of things, and I printed that out and put it in my... Like, if I mounted it on my office wall, would that be okay? No. Would Fillion be okay? Because I'm pretty sure that's still no for a lot of corpos out there. Or, fuck it, like any of the spicy fox women. Like, that's just a straight up no. That's not safe for work. Plazas, fuck it, I'm wearing a Fifi shirt to work. Right? Like, no. Like, 80% of VTubers are not safe for work. Even the, like, the most say-so of VTubers are not safe for, like, real work. Your IT team will know it and will share and talk about it. I mean, yeah, if it pops on your radar. Like, IT teams vary a lot. Like, imagine for a second that you work in higher education and there are literally there are literally classes on campus inside of a school for interpretive dance that literally require examining footage of Cirque du Soleil where, like, dancers are pulling large lengths of cloth out of their vaginas as legitimate things to be studying. Like, the filters get really loose at that point, you know. Not that that's a very specific example. You know, speaking hypothetically. Who else? I said, like, Fillion's kind of not safe for work. It's like borderline here. And that's, like, one of the safest models out there. And then you've got, like, Smug Alana as one of those other fox women I was talking about. Like, that's not safe for work. She's got a giant rack just kind of hanging out there. Like, but from a VTuber's perspective, her model's pretty tame. I'd actually say Bao's current model might be safe for work. Her lemon model definitely is. Like the old lemon color model is actually pretty safe for work. Silvervale is not safe for work. Unless there's, like, some new model that I don't know about. Yeah, Silvervale, definitely not. Who else is considered, like, moderately say-so? Like, holy shit. Can you imagine rocking, like, Pippa merch at work? You shush. Can you imagine rocking Pippa merch at work? On that note, where are my keys? Waifu got me a Laffy keychain ornament. And I have been asked questions about that by my direct report. My direct report is 21 and a female. And I have a Laffy keychain that she noticed. It's a good thing neither of us like the current HR lady, am I right, guys? Omni says, I have no idea who any of these people are. Man, good for you. Good for you. So, like, all of that's not safe for work. Bal's pretty safe for work, though. Lily isn't. Ain't no way I could rock anything, any Lily merch. I could have ZV. ZV's pretty safe for work. Plaus says, Bao being the most safe for work is incredibly ironic. It is. It really is. But, like, when you look at her models, they are. Most of them are actually safe for work. They might give you the side eye at, like, ew, anime women. But, like, it's going to stop at ew, anime women. It's not going to be like, bro, why are you having, like, these giant tits hanging out at work? That's pretty inappropriate. The fucking Bowberry. Yeah, ZV, where's your keychain and stickers? Chop, chop. But, whew, back to the Matrix. So, some of the business concerns, like getting serious for a moment. So you've got reputational damage. You've got logistical issues, merch. Like, how many creators have been, like, VTubers or not, how many creators have been merch scammed? Because it's like, it seems like almost all of them, right? How many VTubers are not adept at talking to lawyers or other professionals? Because, like, one of the ways getting wrapped up in your identity hurts you is that you don't talk to professionals that just do not fucking care. And let me bring up Clip Studio. Like, we're going to erase all of this right here, right? And we're going to go CPAs. Do CPAs fucking give a shit about where your money's coming from, other than, like, the legal compliance implications? No. If you think CPAs haven't seen some shit... Oh, Dev just brought something up. That is... Ooh, that hurt.
What happened?
I dug my elbow into this can.
Do you need a Band-Aid?
No. I'm not bleeding this time. But, anyway. So, for those of you who do not know what KYC is, that was just brought up in chat. I'm going to erase this. I'm going to dedicate this entire thing to KYC. Because it's fucking important. And almost nobody out of tech knows what the fuck this is. Alright, you ready? KYC stands for Know Your Client. Yeah. So when you're signing up for that VPN service that's supposed to keep your identity super safe, and they ask for your PII, which is, I've said it before on other streams, but since, like, streams are atomic, we're just gonna define that again. Personally identifiable information. So any single fact about you or combination of facts about you that could be traced to your real identity, that is PII. And KYC are what are called Know Your Client laws. And there are places where these things belong. So if you're signing up for Fansly, you want to make some spicy shit. Or you want to be under the rule set of Fansly, at least, because it lets you do what you want to do. There are plenty of non-nude creators on Fansly. Like, for some people, this is just the rule set for them. They are subject to Know Your Client laws. What a time to forget what number that form is. But if you're on Fansly, they have to be able to verify your age. And this has been a... Oop, no, I don't want to do that. This has been a thing for a while. This is not new. Historically speaking, it is new, but it's not that new. They have to be able to verify your age. And there's not many ways to do that without knowing who you are. So they are under Know Your Client laws. But so are VPNs, by and large. They are also under Know Your Client laws. Apple. Like Apple in general are affected by Know Your Client laws. And as somebody who used to be very active in the Libertarian Party, I do not mind those laws. Sorry. Not sorry. I was in the adult industry, and I know what trafficking looks like. And if you don't want to identify yourself to an adult platform, fuck you. You can just not participate in monetizing that content. That's my opinion. Have you ever heard a streamer say something, and I'm talking about VTubers specifically here, have you ever heard like a VTuber say something roughly akin to, I do not want to entertain minors, and if you're a minor, I don't want you to be in my audience, but then also they really, really hate age identification laws? Anybody ever run into a VTuber like that? Nick. Red flags? Sure. Sure. I like that we get to hang out. Let's see. So. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm responding to Dev right now. Dev says, not gonna lie, I didn't pay much attention to their positions on public policy. It wasn't so much that as, like, the particular one you think I'm talking about, when actually I'm talking about, like, several of them, is that they have publicly expressed that the reason that they don't get into adult things is because they have to give those platforms their PII. And that just comes off as strange to me. That's all. Because if you didn't know, this might blow some minds. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Ooh, I hate that brush for this purpose. I love that brush for other things, but for this purpose, no. So this company right here, and specifically this one, and also this one, have a better cybersecurity track record than your bank, statistically speaking. Statistically speaking, especially this one, the one I just erased. Their parent company, and I mentioned this earlier, but I wasn't explicit about it. Their parent company is called Multimedia LLC, and I think there's like a divider here, so it's actually like Multimedia LLC. Runs that website that looks like it came from the 90s. Looks like, you know, it was built in GeoCities. They have not had a single mandatory report cybersecurity breach ever. Ever. Not one. Now, anybody in the biz knows how good that is. You're like, okay, well, how good is it? Well, Chatterbait's been around since 2011. They have not had a mandatory report breach. Oh, wow. Horseshoes and hand grenades. They have not had a mandatory report breach since their founding in 2011. So my background is not the only reason I want to work with those people. It's because of their extreme competence. Like, that is extremely competent. Fansley is too new to, like, give those sort of accolades, but, like, they haven't had any breaches that I know of either. They were only founded in 2020. They're only 5 years old, but still. Most of your banks have had some sort of a breach within the last 5 years. I'm just saying. Are the banks more targeted? Absolutely. They have more valuable things to go after. Oh god, I'm in Clips General now. They have more valuable things to go after. There is... People do not... People assume the identity of a cam girl is more valuable than it really is to cyber criminals. That was like a big part of my entire presentation today. Cyber criminals. Cyber bad guys. Can't make money off your government issued name. That might be something a stalker tries to blackmail you with. But as far as this relationship goes, they don't fucking care. I concede that point. Dev says, I'd think the bigger risk would be blackmailing with the whales. Yes, that is actually a term that I hope is spread far and wide because I coined it. Orcas! And I would consider orcas even part of, like, the insider threat kind of thing. Because when somebody becomes a whale... And that's why I call them orcas, is because they are killer whales. When somebody finds their whale, they tend to let them have a degree of latitude not afforded to other chatters. And that's true in the adult industry, to certain degrees. Again... podcast I've been mentioning all night. Very insightful there. But when you're whaling somebody, because I know Dev has done it, not to the degree it's done in the adult spaces, because like we have to have a discussion on whales. Because in VTubing, a whale is like somebody that spends $200 on you. But, like, in the adult industry, that's chump change. Whales start at maybe, like, $5,000 in the adult industry. I'm just being real. If this makes it to any VTubers, like, whales start at, like, $5,000 in the adult industry. That's just where that's at. Y'all have discount orcas. Y'all have discount whales. It's fine. I get it. All right, Potato, sleep well. I have had an uncharacteristically long stream. So, you know, that's that. Aldi brand. Yeah, they're Walmart whales. They're Walmart whales in the VTubing area. Like, so as far as VTubing goes, there's a few whales in this chat. I'm one of them. Which is really weird to me because I come from the adult space. So, like, in the adult space, I'm not a whale. I'm hardly anything. Like, I'm just like a normal... I'm normal. But in the VTubing space, suddenly, fuck, I'm an oiler. Like... oh, man. Y'all need a better caliber of oiler. Because I'm not. Okay? I have some disposable income. And I can throw some money when it's important. I can throw some money for birthdays. But you gotta understand, sending my kids to school, like back to school supplies, that's like a $500 bill. So when I toss you a 50, don't imagine I'm this. Okay? Don't imagine I'm an oiler just because I toss you a 50. Alright, Dev, see you later. Really loved having you here. I always love seeing your presence. Like, you are fun to talk to. But, like, just because I toss you a 50 in the VTubing world, don't call me an oiler for that. Then, and there are some people that will. There are some people that will do that. It costs me like $400 every single year just to buy paper and glue and shit for my kids to go to school. Like, come on. Okay? In the adult industry, whales are like, well, maybe not $5,000, but like 4 digits minimum. And when I say 4 digits minimum, I mean like in one transaction. So, like, earlier today, it was, like, Lena's birthday, and I bought her, a Moogle plush that she really, really wanted, because, like, it was her fucking birthday. And it cost, like, $120.
Oh.
And that was just like, yeah, whatever. And she goes, like, oh, that's fucking crazy, what? You know, one of those reactions, and it's just like, girl... That is just $120. Like, if only you knew the power of the dark side. If only you knew the power of OnlyFans. You don't have to get her a gift, but I understand the impulse. Like, I would be a hypocrite if I didn't say that. But, like, you're running out of time. It's like 2 hours. You've got 2 hours left for this day on the calendar, waifu. But like, it's just a $120 plush, and you know, I guess that can feel like a lot because I've been talking a lot about demographics today, and for 18 to 23-year-olds. That's probably a lot of money, right? Let's be real. If I was 18 to 23 in this economy, yeah, maybe 120 is a lot. And I'm not saying like Lena shouldn't express appreciation for that, even from like a business perspective, but it's not crazy for me. I'm over 40. I'm at the top of my career. I have experience in the adult content arena. That does not make me an oiler. Though I've been accused of it. It's funny to me. It's like being a big fish in a small pond. Or even like a small fish in like a microscopic pond. That's what it feels like to me. Like, I just have a little bit of disposable income, guys. I'm not shaming you. I'm just trying to give you some perspective. You're 18 to 23. What is a lot of money to you right now is not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. It just isn't. And watching, just being like a viewer, contributing to the CCV in an organic way, is value on its own. Watch hours are value on its own. When your streamer says to you, you watching is enough, I cannot stress to you enough how genuine that is. You let the oilers do their oiling. Do not feel pressured. Let the people who can pay, pay. Being part of the CCV is a huge deal. It's a huge deal. And you may feel like it's patronizing when your Oshi tells you that, but it's not. It's a huge thing. It is so real. That's right, Nero, because CCV and watch hours matter to sponsors. And if you're not hip to what actually makes you money, and I know a lot of streamers have problems with taking sponsors, and I really understand that, because I used to be, like, not only was I in the adult space, but I also used to be in the adult curation space. I have seen, like, I have in my inboxes the give us a 5-star review and you get $200 sort of solicitations for being in the adult curation industry. And it's like, sponsors are money, but they're also, in many ways, a conflict of interest. Almost 100%. Which is why, like, some streamers, when I express that, like, and that was before I started doing this, I would express things like, if I was a streamer and I was dealing with sponsors, the sponsors I would take would not have a single thing to do with the subject matter of my content. And what that means is, like, yes, every day, all day, I will shill, like, a razor company or a watch company, but you will not catch me dead shilling a VPN as a security content streamer. And if that doesn't make sense to you, please say so that I can explain it. But I think that's pretty self-explanatory. It's a conflict of interest, because they got a lot of money to throw around. They are worth 3 to 4 whales on their own each time, each sponsorship. And that will compromise you. And I would rather be compromised for something that I don't talk about than something that I do. Like, yeah, I will shill Dollar Shave Club. Why not? I want to use it. I'm going to make sure it's not shit. You bet your ass I'm going to do that. But, like, if it's even okay, I'll be like, yeah, they sponsor me. They don't. Just to be clear, they don't. I don't have any sponsors. I'm just saying what my ethos is. If somebody approaches me, they'll be like, hey, shill our VPN. Absolutely fucking not. Because then that conflicts with, like, my normal content. If I did, like, heavy gaming content and then, like, a game sponsor showed up, that's a conflict of interest. I will shill fucking tampons and maxi pads all day. Applause. You're right. This is the perfect song for shilling talk. But yeah, like, not only is women's health important to me, but there's no perceivable conflict of interest between selling tampons and maxi pads and talking about cybersecurity. So that's fine. And I've expressed this position to streamers that do take sponsors, and they have, like, literally just replied to me and, like, I don't get that. I don't understand why that is. And I think it's pretty 85 IQ to understand why those things are related, and why you wouldn't want to take sponsors that directly relate to your content if you're going to be, like, a subject matter expert for that content. That just seems elementary. I'm 3 beers in, by the way. It's probably detectable. But we're gonna keep going. Like, it's Friday night. Let's fucking go. My voice is in shreds right now.
Oh, jeez.
You probably hear my wife back there saying, oh, geez. What's this song? Dire Dire Docks? Okay, that's fine. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this part up because I can't finish this for you. This is like a 5-minute thing you can throw together yourself. What I'm really trying to encourage you to do is look at the monsters in your closet. If you have a security thing that you're worried about, what I'm asking you to do is look directly at it. Look at the problem. Figure out how to mitigate it. We have mitigation strategies, right? More CISSP talk coming in. Hot off the presses. So, you can avoid that is a pastel. You can avoid the risk. That is a mitigation strategy. You can just avoid the risk. You cannot take that risk on. And that is different than ignoring the risk. Omni, no, this... Look! That is why I'm doing this. I need my CPEs. I have to keep it on track a little. Like, my plan is to report half the hours I spend doing this as actual CPEs, because, like, I get off on tangents a lot. But I think I provide enough actual professional and actionable information to be worth half of the streaming time. I do, and I will defend that to any audit. So, you can avoid the risk. And I like this one. This one's like my favorite. And what avoiding the risk means is not ignoring the risk. Those are different. What avoiding the risk means is like, if I don't have to do it, I'm not gonna. So if there's a risk associated with GFE content, and I'm not prepared to deal with that risk, I'm just not gonna fucking do it. That's what avoiding the risk means. It means not doing the risky thing. If I'm a corporation, right? If I'm a corporation, and I have a lot of PII, about the people that use my website, and this is not critical to how I make money, I'm just getting rid of it. Not doing it. We're just yeeting that. You can transfer risk. This one's very popular. Right? Because this is just insurance. Transferring risk is the entire insurance industry, and it's why corporations are basically a slave to cybersecurity insurance corporations at this moment in time. Specifically, government entities that are required to have cybersecurity insurance. So if the government requires you to have CySec insurance, the insurance company can basically dictate your policies, procedures, and plans at a very atomic level because you literally have to have them by law. So that's why this incestuous thing exists. You can also just... You can also just accept the risk. And again, accepting is not ignoring, because ignoring is not acceptable. What accepting risk means, and this is why I love that qualitative analysis, right? We've been, not qualitative. We've been doing that all night. Why I love the quantitative. Oh, man. You can tell I'm 3 janks in, right? Quantitative analysis. Wifey's getting me water now.
You said it like 3 times.
Oh, she's giving me sass. I'm a bad boy. So you do that quantitative analysis, and you go, the cost of controlling this risk is worth more than just having this risk. That's called accepting the risk. So if I've got, like, a flood, and if a flood happens in 1 year, like, the annual rate of occurrence brings the flood damage down to $5,000 a year, but, like, mitigating the flood risk, like building walls up and sump pumps and installing those costs me $20,000 a year, then I'm $15,000 in the negative annually on that transaction. So I'm just going to say, we accept the risk because the risk is worth $5,000 and the fix is worth $20,000, and we're $15,000 in the hole if we try to fix it. That math, by the way, is why when you are CISSP certified, that the code of ethics you agree to includes human life trumps everything else. It trumps all other considerations, is because when you're doing the math on accepting risk, it can get real dark. And not to name names, but British Petroleum. Look it up. I am almost certain British Petroleum is why that is explicitly in our code of ethics, that I have to and willingly and enthusiastically uphold. Is because of corporations like BP. Not that any Floridian living on the coast would have any specific beef with BP. Can't imagine why that is. Buy an oyster lately? It's expensive for a reason. And then you have, like, the easy stuff, like mitigating risk. And that's like the opposite situation you had from accepting risk, where when you accept risk, you deemed that the cost of implementing the control to mitigate the risk was worth more than the cost of just not doing anything about it. When you mitigate a risk, that strategy is like, floods cost $5,000 annually because we did our qualitative risk analysis and our ALE was $5,000. But it would just take like $200 worth of concrete to lower that damage via exposure factor to 1,000 ALE. That's a risk mitigation. And that gets back to the crux of this entire stream. It really sucks that we do not have enough information to do qualitative analysis on streamers because of your secretive idol culture bullshit. and the unwillingness to give up trade secrets in the interest of industry standards. Like, there's a ton of industry standards we have. Maybe chat can help me out with this. I'm kind of inebriated at the moment. But, like, in manufacturing, we have all sorts of, like, ISO standards. We have independent manufacturer standards like PCI DSS, which controls all of your credit card transactions. This is not a government standard, right? Did you know that? PCI DSS controls, like, the security protocols for handling, like, your credit card information and all of that. The government has nothing to do with that. That's an industry standard. One of the reasons I got into the fantasy toy market and it's not this way anymore, but I'll get into that, is because most of the independent fantasy toy market sellers have an intrinsic code of ethics for material safety that the government does not have. And when I say the government, I don't just mean US. Sex toys are basically not regulated anywhere to any meaningful degree. That is an internal industry regulation. And what that has to do with VTubers is, like, so we're all familiar with Fishman, right? He's got his, like, little suit. We've got Phase Connect Fishman. Yeah, I am drawing Sakana, and now I forgot what point I was making with him. But, like, it was something to do with industry standards. I remember when Sheena got hacked, she talked about the fact that Phase Connect had a security awareness... Okay, I remember the point I was making. Program that wasn't apparently all that effective for her. But they had a security awareness program, which I was very impressed by. But one of the things he said was that it's really, really hard to have a profitable corporation for VTubing. So basically what he's saying is VTubing margins suck. And if your margins suck, do you have the bandwidth to have industry-wide standards? That answer is a no. No, you don't. So hats off to Fishman for even fucking having a security awareness training program. Like, this dude is fucking light years ahead of everybody else in ethics. For that alone. Let me catch up with chat. I haven't interacted with chat in way too long. So, true, BP makes sure to take care of all that deep water on the right. It sure fucking does. And if you see nothing else from the USCSB, look at the USCSB's presentation on the Deepwater Horizon blowout and who was responsible and why. And then Dev is going through, like, all the organizations that I have to pay attention to. NIST, PCI, SOC, OWASP. By the way, Dev, if you're still here, OWASP's top 10 refreshes this year, and it should be, like, this month. In fact, I'm going to check right now, because we are on the wire of the OWASP top 10. Not yet. OWASP. Alright, we are on track to announce the release of OWASP Top 10 2025 in late summer, early fall. So, like, basically right now. Any day now, we're going to get the OWASP Top 10 for 2025. Let me minimize this so you can actually see what I'm talking about. So, like, from 2017 to 2021, where's cross-site scripting? I guess you call that insecure design. Injection is what they're mapping that to. Software and data and tech. Dev, what do you think is the likelihood that cross-site scripting is actually going to go up? Even though it's basically already being migrated to spot number 3 between 2017 and 2021. Because I think cross-site scripting is going to go to the number 1 slot. What do you think? Like, if we're going to go with what the top 10 web application security risks are, and we're going to map cross-site scripting, which includes session jacking, to the injection. So Dev says, unsure, it's a pretty well-known issue among devs. They should, all caps, because it seems Dev regards the word should with the same skepticism I do. Already be mitigating in auth implementations along with cross-site server request forgeries. I'm impressed that 3 drinks in, I know what XSRF still is. Just saying, that was like one of my weakest points in the exam, which I fucking aced, by the way. I don't play that up enough, but I passed the CISSP exam on question 125. Thank you very much. But that was still my weakest area, was web dev. Dev says, I'm knees deep in NIST and OWASP publications right now for reasons. Yeah, man. Look, waifu. One thing you gotta understand, and you've gotta understand that you don't understand this, is that one of the worst things you can be in tech is sure of yourself. That's when you get into fucking trouble. So yeah, you can say, I knew you'd pass with flying colors, but, like, I didn't, because I'm a professional that knows my shit sometimes, and, like, being sure of yourself is a good way to get fucking owned. That is, like, the number 1 sin is in tech, in my opinion, is being sure of yourself. Once that happens to you, if you don't get out of that mindset, You're done. You are absolutely done. Okay, so Fishman. I'm just fucking checking my Twitter live. That was pretty unprofessional. I'm 3 drinks in, can you tell? But we're having a good time here. At least I am. But yeah, so for OWASP, I predict that if they contain it in the cross-site scripting, like if they categorize it at that, let's put it this way. Whatever category they put session jacking in is going to be number 1. That's my prediction. Because I'm not actually talking about cross-site scripting. What I'm talking about is session jacking. Because what does everybody have right now? They have 2-factor authentication, right? And what's the best way to get around 2-factor authentication? Well, right now it's session jacking. It's when Alejandro clicks that PDF and it steals his session key, and then he loses access to his Discord and Twitter accounts through session jacking that bypasses his 2-factor authentication protections entirely. Right? That's what we're actually talking about. So that I'm not mincing words here. What I'm actually talking about is session jacking. What can you do to prevent session jacking as a streamer, right? That's what we're talking about. If you want to prevent session jacking, I'm glad Dev is here. Browser. It's like Bowser. I wish I could draw like Bowser. I'd put him up here. Browser isolation. So what I talked about earlier was like not doing work on your personal devices and vice versa as device isolation. And I was talking about how not everybody can afford to do that, but it was like a really good idea if you could. And the only streamer, well, yeah, the only streamer and especially the only VTuber I have ever heard talk about device isolation like if I had a blue ribbon for that, the only person I've ever seen talk about device isolation and how they practice that actively is Lucy Pyre. So they get the device isolation award. But for like everybody else, try browser isolation. So if you have like, if you do your online banking, right? Online banking. Device isolation. Nero. So you do your online banking. Pick a browser for that. It can be Opera. It can be Brave. It can be Firefox. Whatever. Pick a browser for that. Download that browser. Install that browser. Use that browser only for online banking and nothing else. And then don't online bank in any other browser. Okay? And you can apply this to like other tasks you do as a VTuber, or any content creator really, or even as a user. But since, like, you're in the position where you have to mix business and personal, if you do that, you are more secure than the next guy. Or the next gal. And as far as I'm aware, Dev, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so Dev says HTTP only cookie would like a word, sir. Please explain that to me. Because every privacy expert I know about right now, and every SciSec guy I know about right now, is like, browser isolation good. I don't know anybody saying that, like, it'll protect you from everything. But they're all saying this. So maybe I can Google that if you don't have the time. Maybe I can educate myself, but if you have the time, and it's, like, digestible in a few words, what is the HTTP only cookie, and how does it get around this for our benefit? Or are you making a different point entirely? Because that's a term I've not heard. Even though I'm, like, doing conference shit now. I have not heard the term HTTP only cookie. Not saying it's bad. HTTP only cookie is a way for making the cookie inaccessible to the client. Well, that's neat. That is neat. That sounds like something I should Google and that I should be getting more familiar with as a cybersecurity professional. But outside of, like, web dev stuff, I can guarantee you that HTTP only cookie is not a term I could say to, like, a random CISSP, like, security manager, and have them know what the fuck I was talking about. This is why CISSP is a management certification. We gotta talk to the doers. You've got the knowers. And you've got the doers. And CISSP is in this camp. And if you're not talking to these people and deferring to them, you are doing this wrong. And I'm pretty sure not every CISSP knows or appreciates that state. Right? I explained this in my first stream. If you're a CISSP, and this is something to know when you're listening to me about anything, this certification is about managing risk and resources. This does not mean I can hack the Gibson. This does not mean I would be good on a blue team. This does not mean I would be good on a red team. Hold on, I'll get to your point in a minute. What this means is that we're doing high-level shit that requires us to basically not be able to keep up with, like, the day-to-day. Okay? So, yeah. Like Dev says, no, never defer to us. We are terrifyingly bad at our job, statistically speaking. Well, I can guarantee you, statistically speaking, I am even worse at your job than your population is at your job. I have to defer to you. I have to. As a professional, it is required. And if I have a dev team that is not worth trusting, that's the problem I am certified to solve. That's the problem that this guy is supposed to be solving. Because if I can't trust my devs on dev things, I have fucked up as a CISSP. I think I'm just starting to fire off. No, but like, if alleged dev is my senior guy, and he's like, please don't trust us, I'm like, well, that just makes me want to trust you more. Because you're being honest about your capabilities. Right? This is a management issue. If I've got senior devs telling me that nothing they do is wrong, and everything is rainbows, and like, they can do everything, and they got everything buttoned up, that's when I'm firing all of you. That's when I hire that outside firm to do the SOC 2, and you guys just come up smelling like shit, right? If I've got dev telling me, please don't trust us, we're just human, we barely know what we're doing. Oh man, like, that's music to my fucking ears. That's called operational honesty. I fucking love that as a CISSP. That is like hitting the nut button, man. You could not make me happier by making that statement. Like, if we were in the same org. I'm just saying. Like, if I'm your CISO and I'm like, keep this guy. This guy's telling me like it is. This guy is now unfireable. Don't you dare. This guy's allowed to look at porn on the work network. You know? I am about to bust. You know how many... Oh, man. I don't think Dev was here for, like, my first stream, but I spent a significant part of that first stream talking about, like, the illusion of competence. And how everybody in tech is, like, a slave to this. Because if you're in tech and you do not present yourself as hyper competent, the client immediately starts arguing with you. Like, we are conditioned to make the argument that we are hyper competent, and it hurts the organization as a whole because we can't even be honest with each other. The hype guy gets all the promotions, and the people doing, like, the actual work don't. Because we are required to present this front like that, like, tech is reliable. And if tech is reliable, we've got to be reliable. So, like, tech is reliable is already a lie. And then people rely on tech, so tech is reliable is something they want to hear. And if tech is reliable, then we have to be reliable. So everything's just a fucking lie from the get-go, because they've got this idea that tech is reliable. And right now, and I'd say in the last 20 years, it hasn't been. And no one's willing to be honest about that. How many times have you heard 5 nines? Because I don't think hardly anybody is hitting that. Yeah, it's IT idol culture, because, like, as soon as... It's almost like a medical doctor. Like, as soon as they admit that they don't know something, oh, man, you're all over them. It's kind of like that. It's like, if you're not a hype man, you're worthless. Because your clientele immediately starts arguing with you. Because if you don't know everything, you know nothing. And it's like one of the weirdest binaries I've ever been a part of, but it's completely real. It's completely real. Like, if you don't present yourself as, like, Sheldon, you're fucked. I've managed to get away with this where I'm at. I've managed to manage expectations where my users do not think that I know everything. I don't know everything. I make mistakes. And I train my users in that wherever I go. I am a person. And tech kind of sucks right now. Like, Dev is gonna hate me for this, but, like, I think leaving the waterfall method was, like, the worst thing we ever did to software. I think Agile... I think this fucking sucks. Like, as a security professional, this is like the worst fucking thing to happen ever. Just-in-time services? Fuck you. That's cancer. Because humans cannot do that. Humans cannot do this. Not in a secure way. Like, they can do it, but it's sloppy. You know what I mean? We can do that. But it's going to be sloppy. And it has been sloppy. And it is sloppy. And, like, it's not just Agile itself. Man, we're on the same wavelength here. It's not just Agile. Like, Agile's part of it. And I don't think I'm going to hear an argument that Agile isn't part of it. But that's not, like, the whole thing. What is it? Like, constant integration, constant development. I think this would kill Waterfall too. I think this model, whether you implement that with, like, Agile, or you implement that with, like, Waterfall, or you implement that with, I don't know, Spiral, whatever bullshit hype framework you want to apply, if you're doing this because the expectation is to create constant value, I think that's where you get fucked. Right? No matter what you pick out of these, if this is your paradigm, you're fucked. Constant implementation, constant delivery. Like, I think that's the problem with, like, Helldivers right now. Have you guys ever been, like, a really big fan of, like, any video game? Where the video game is, like, it launches, and it's, like, 80% good. And then they add, like, a bunch of features. Alright, good night, sweetie. They add features, right? Plus, plus, plus features. And then the video game becomes, like, 55% good because it's crashing all the time. And, like, the game loop is in the best place it's ever been when it runs. But it doesn't run. And it causes this. Even though, in theory, the game loop is in the best place it's ever been. And this happens with, like, Helldivers. Dawn Trail. Yeah. Dawn Trail brought up. But, you add features, right? And that should be a good thing. You add systems. But the bugs get out of control. And then the people who've been playing since launch will be like, hey, can you please stop doing this for, like, I don't know, 3 months is like a length of time I see thrown out a lot, and just like fix the bugs and then just like don't worry about this. But then they keep doing this because their investors demand it, and the bug fix never happens. Like, that might be inappropriate to associate with CI/CD, but I associate that with CI/CD. I think this is fundamentally an investor-oriented model. Not a customer-oriented model. Not a business-oriented model. I think that's an investor-oriented model. That's just how I see things. I could be wrong. I could be out of my depth. I'm willing to buy that. That's why I ask questions from people who are actually doing the work, like Dev. This is why I say defer to... Ooh, what an ugly why. Defer to your doers. Because who the fuck else are you going to defer to? I mean, yeah, maybe your doers suck. But who else can you even defer to? It's not like you're going to do it, like, as a management. If that's your specific training. Now, I've got, like, 20 years of sysadmin under my belt. Yes, I am also a doer. I can do lots of things. But I can't... There's, like, segments I just cannot take over for. I can't take over for DBMA. I can't take over for senior dev. I can't even really take over for network architect. I can take over for ADDS. I can take over for general emergency planning. I can take over for life cycle, physical implementation. They're like, there's a lot I can take over for. But, like, I don't know everything. I can't take over for software devs. I can't take over for, fuck, that other thing I was just talking about. It was, like, one of the first two examples. Anyway, like, I've got to defer to these people. And the longer I spend in management, the more I have to do this. Right? Because I'm busy doing business impact analysis. I'm busy doing disaster recovery exercises, disaster recovery planning. I'm busy doing acceptable use policies. I'm busy finding out the guy who can even do fucking code reviews. I'm not learning the latest and greatest implementation of MDT. I'm not learning Microsoft's Intune stuff. Not as much as I know ADDS on-prem. Because ADDS on-prem is what I was sysadmin for, and Intra ID is just fucking garbage to me. Like, at some point you age out, because, like, we're not the Japanese paradigm where you do something well and then you get paid more to keep doing that thing well. We're in, like, you do that thing well and now you become a manager. and then we saddle you with management tasks, and you're no longer a doer. And the longer you spend as not a doer, the more you gotta just be like, hey, hello, fellow kids, what do you do? Right? So that's where I'm at. I'm on that track where I'm still doing, but I'm not doing what I used to do. If that makes sense. Like, I still don't have enough of a team where I can't... Dev, you can pry my code out of my cold, dead hands. I appreciate that. I really do. I wish I could make more money as a sysadmin, but there's just not money in that, even though I think it really deserves to be. Like, you talk to the kids these days, they're coming out of college, they don't know a fucking thing about hardware. My direct report, who is absolutely stellar, by the way. This is just a matter of what she is and is not being taught by her program. Okay, everything she's been taught, she's stellar in. Absolutely stellar. But she comes to me the other week, and she doesn't know how to connect a SATA drive. She doesn't know the two cables that go with SATA drives. Like, she don't know which one's power and which one's data. Like, holy shit, man. Hardware is in fucking trouble. Like, if you want my analysis of that, hardware is in fucking trouble. No one knows hardware anymore. No one teaches it. Nobody. Yeah, they're legacy, but like, Dell made, and it's not just Dell, but Dell made their Optiplexes too good. Like, they're running 12 years without issues. They're surviving 12 years without massive hardware failures. So, like, you gotta know the tech from 12 years ago. Because it affects you. You gotta know, like, if I open this box up, can I identify the difference between a spinning platter, a SATA-connected SSD, and an M.2 interface drive? Because this fucking box was configured for the HDD, but it can accept the M.2 drive because it was on the cusp of that transition. She cannot identify a PCI Express slot on site. And that's not outdated tech. They literally teach nothing about hardware. Like, zero. It's a big concern. She has learned more with me than in any of her classes. Which is like a point of pride for me, but like also scary as fuck. Old man shit. So like reputational damage. Infra's terrible, dude. Infra's been terrible for a while. I've just been like on the front door of that, like the people transitioning from being trained to being in the business. Like I've been on the front steps of that on infra. And it's bleak. So what was that? Reputational damage. Okay, so I think that's critical. No matter where it is. But it depends on your behavior. Like, this is why I can't place this for you. You've got to do this chart yourself. Because if you've got a lot of skeletons in your closet, maybe this goes up here. And you got to figure out ways to mitigate it. If you keep getting scammed by Fumo companies, maybe this is... Oop. Maybe this is also up here. Question is, should you be having Fumos at your stage in your career? Right? Why are you accepting this risk? You really got to think about this stuff. So if you're being a sex pest to your mods, and you're grooming your mod, or you think you are, because like people that, whatever. A lot of people think they're a lot better at interpersonal relationships than they actually are. But if you think you're pulling one over on people and just, like, being girl boss, this is almost certain. If you're down to earth and you know that, like, your mods are getting compensated regardless of whether or not you're explicitly compensating them, maybe that's down here. Maybe that's down here instead. You know, like, I want you to understand the logic of this chart, not where I'm putting things for me. Because, like, none of this matters to me. I don't have FUMOs, and I don't have a reputation to damage at this point. And the reputation that I'm at risk of damaging, if I was at a risk of damaging it, is governed by ISC2 and my current employer. And I guarantee you, with 100% certainty, that my current employer does not give a flying fuck about Twitter freaks. My current employer, like in the human aspect, doesn't use computers. Like, as a rule. They only use a computer when the organization requires them to, and they hate it when they do it. I guarantee you that if somebody emails them about some, like, Twitter drama, you are going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. And ISC2 doesn't give a shit about that either. Like, there are specific things you can come after me for with ISC2. But Twitter freak drama is not one of them. I am protected. So, like, reputational damage? Low probability of that. I have not said anything that is just, like, incompetent for security. And that would be the maximum reputational damage I could do to myself, is to say something that is just, like, could be considered as non-competent service by my certifying organization. And even that would not be, like, critical damage to my career. Like, yes, reputational damage represents a critical amount of harm. Very low chance it happens to me. In my current position. This is something you have to, like, look at periodically and make sure everything that you put here 1 year is still true the next year. This is like a living thing. You don't just do this once and then forget about it forever. Alright? But one thing I can say that will help you in, like, most places. Non-traditional security concerns for streamers. Have IRL friends. People you can count on. Like, people use this word wrong. They don't use it properly. This does not mean somebody you said hi to, and then they said hi back, and then you, like, didn't immediately have a fight. This is people who will be there when shit hits the fan. That's what that means. Have good relations with one or more immediate family members. Ooh, that is fucked up. Okay? Have good relations with one or more immediate family members. Be willing to contact law enforcement. Live in a jurisdiction that does not criminalize self-defense. And that is I want to make a special point about that last one. If you think that is something that is drawn strictly on ideological lines, if you think this statement could only come from a GOP cocksucker, let me tell you, sex workers are probably the most left-leaning population there is as a cohort, as a population. Many of them subscribe to this. There are Canadian sex workers that subscribe to this. Okay? I just want to make that perfectly crystal fucking clear. You can take the most left-leaning, prone to left-leaning population that may exist in the world, and because of the risks they face every day, this is something that is a popular sentiment in that population, even if they cannot execute it themselves. Some of them even advocate something I will not advocate for, which is carrying a gun in a place that doesn't allow you to do that. That's how strongly they feel about this kind of thing. Anyway, I want to spend a few minutes talking about, what we should talk about next. For next week, because I'm going to be doing this Friday again next week. So if there's any, topics or things you want to go over for next week, let's talk about that now. I've been running for 5 hours. It's, the longest stream I've ever done. Even with the alcohol, I can feel how much I'm straining my voice at the moment. So let's wrap this up. And if there's anything you care about in particular, you want to mention it now, I will definitely make time for it next week. RM is very long, noted. Thanks, Saru. Saru says PP leans to the left. Well, there you go. Pixar, it didn't happen. Oh, God. Alright, well then I will come up with a topic for next week, like I always do, but there will be a next week. This is the third week I've done this in a row. I'm kind of getting used to this process now, but I think I might want to, do less hours more frequently, 2 2-hour things rather than, 1 5-hour thing on a Friday, you know? I'm still feeling that out, but I'm liking the Friday time slot, so I will come up with a topic for next week, but definitely count on next week being a thing. So I'll be back. What is next Friday? What date is that? The 13th? Let me go to the calendar. The 12th. Next Friday is the 12th. So I will see you all on the 12th. I don't have a time yet. But I'll get that to you through the standard methods. You know which Twitters I'm on. So I'll see you then. And have a good night. Have a great weekend. And thanks for joining me for stream.